the continuation of day 2 of the 2024-2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure debate from the House of Parliament right here in Castries. We are coming to you live from the National Television Network and the Government of St. Lucia YouTube channel and Facebook page. I'm joined by my co-host Lawrence Adonis, who will be doing the Creole commentary. Of course, most of the parliamentarians have debated, and we are left this afternoon with the Member of Parliament for Castries South, Member of Parliament for Castries Central, and Member of Parliament for Vieux South. I'm not sure right now in which order they will be speaking this afternoon, but it will all be summed up by the Member of Parliament for Castries East, who is also the Prime Minister, and that will bring an end to the debate on the 2024-2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure. Lawrence, perhaps you want to sum up for us what we should anticipate this afternoon.
Labour, Saltebus avec M. Wenchirat, c'est même pas la main pour Aslawe Kanawe, avec nous aussi, M. Moses Baptiste, qui c'est même pas la main pour Vieux Nord, avec dernier monarque à destination, c'était les deux oppositions, honorable Alan Chaste. Pour parler toujours, c'est honorable Kenny Anthony, même pas la main pour Vieux Sud. Mon parlement pour Castries Central, Richard Frederick, avec mon parlement pour Castries Sud, Ernest Hilaire.
At this time, we're witnessing the entrance of the Speaker of the House, Honorable Claudius Francis. We now take over to the proceedings of the House.
Deputy Speaker, you have jumped the gun.
Oh.
Members, when we rose, the motion before us was be it resolved that the Honorable House of Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2024-2025 in the sum of $1,894,110,800 as a charge against the consolidated fund and other funds of the state of St. Lucia. Member for Vieux South and Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had to say to my friend to my right that there's one thing is guaranteed, that I'm a creature of habit, so here I am after lunch on the second day, speaking in my accustomed slot, despite the variations in delivery today. So, Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to offer a few comments on the estimates before us. Mr. Speaker, from time to time, I do listen to the statements made in the public. I do review and read postings on Facebook, and I do go places where you hear debate of one kind or another. And Mr. Speaker, in the past couple weeks in the run-up to this budget, I've had the opportunity to hear statements emanating from the opposition, and perhaps what has resonated the most, Mr. Speaker, is the personal assaults on the Minister of Finance, the member for Castries East, and the Prime Minister. And you hear the constant refrain that the government has no plan, the government has no vision. The Minister of Finance does not know what to do. And in Churchillian style, they have even argued that the Minister of Finance and the member for Castries East does not even know what he has done. Meaning that he did things but did not know the very consequence or the very act of what he had done. And on arrival to this afternoon, a few moments ago, I understood that the Leader of the Opposition described the budget as a patch budget, described the government as a patch government. Now, Mr. Speaker, budgets have always attracted descriptions over the years, always attract descriptions. Some of these descriptions are famous, and among us in this house, some will remember the famous pronouncement of George Odlum describing a Louis budget as a bikini budget. In other words, what the budget hid, and I'm using my own language now, was fascinating, and what it hid was far removed from what it disclosed. Then too, of course, again, George Odlum describing one budget as a better-less budget. And that, of course, was made very famous by one of our Calypsonians using that term, my good friend and St. Lucia's most outstanding Calypsonian, which I'm prepared to defend anytime, anywhere, the invader. And he has used that to great effect in music. And then I remember in my own time describing a budget of the former administration when the Leader of the Opposition and Minister of Finance, I described his budget as a budget guafal. And of course, I was just telling my good friend that that language came from an ordinary citizen of St. Lucia, describing the budget as a budget that had a huge stomach, that all it did was to fill up that stomach, and with every living thing, to consume every living thing in its way, had a huge appetite, but of course very little to come out of it. So when the Leader of the Opposition says that you're dealing with a patch budget, I mean, I guess he wants to go down in the annals of history as having crafted a term that resonates in time. But you know, the problem is that when you use terms, the terms must somehow resonate with the historical moment. It must capture the historical moment. If people are to latch on to these terms, Mr. Speaker, then somehow the term must not only remain in their minds, but describe aptly and accurately the circumstances of the time. But, Mr. Speaker, the problem with that description is that it just does not explain the budget that is before this House. That's the problem. The Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, has a huge difficulty on his hands. And I have to commend the member for Swazelle, who understood the difficulty, and in his own presentation he avoided as best as he could any attempt to criticize the logic, objective, the purpose of the budget. He stayed away but meandered through some inconsequential items in his constituency. That's the route, and no disrespect meant, but that is the route that he took. He avoided it. He avoided confrontation. He avoided replies. He avoided creating any kind of mischief, any kind of speculation. Now, to put it another way, that was his way of denouncing the speech that we heard earlier this afternoon.
That was a speech.
Well, I'm now a deputy speaker and I apply the rules. I follow the rules. The rules say that you must use appropriate language to describe members of the House, and I will never ever resort to unparliamentary language at this stage. This is an important period of my career. So I will use language that is appropriate to facilitate the circumstances. So, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the statistics. Mr. Speaker, you have a forecasted growth rate of 6.96%. Now, interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the International Monetary Fund has forecasted a growth rate of 3.2% for 2023. And, Mr. Speaker, interestingly too, that the government of St. Lucia has forecasted a growth rate of 7.3% for 2024. It's forecasted. The IMF in turn forecasts a growth rate at 2.3%, a decline. Now, the fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is this. We shall see who is right and who is wrong, but already you have an indication that what the IMF said was not correct. And I shall come back to that in a minute. But I want to be faithful, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to read out to you the press release, a paragraph of the press release issued by the IMF Executive Board, which incidentally was made available to the Honorable House by the Leader of the Opposition. So I'm reading from his document, Mr. Speaker. This is what IMF says. The GDP growth projection in 2023 at 3.2% is lower than 2022 as tourism demand continues the recovery and the economy approaches the existing production capacity. Afterwards, it is projected to gradually decline towards a potential rate of 1.5% in the medium term. Annual inflation is projected to remain high in 2023 at 4.3% and then decline to around 2% in the medium term. The current account deficit is expected at 0.8% of GDP in 2023, and by all accounts this is phenomenal because, as I've said before in this House, normally economists expect that the correct percentage of the current account deficit should be really about just 1.5%. So the current account deficit is expected at 0.8% of GDP in 2023 and is projected to close over the medium term driven by the continued recovery in tourism, unquote. That's the IMF in 2024. March 7, 2024. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have read it, but to make a point, that there are people in this House, in this country, who believe that the judgments of the IMF are sacred. That the IMF can never be wrong. And there are people, I'm betting you, Mr. Speaker, there are people right now who will not accept the government estimates of the growth rate, but will accept the IMF estimates of the growth rate. That's what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker. But this is a good lesson for all of us around this table and for the citizens at large, that we must never ever believe that the IMF is infallible, incapable of errors, or that on the other side the IMF always gets it right. That's not so. That is not so at all. And so while we await the final judgment, what we do know is that the forecasted growth of the IMF is far below what the government has forecasted, and the government will forecast with a certain degree of certainty and could never make a mistake where the gap between the two is as wide as it is without being sure of what it was doing. And when I look back, Mr. Speaker, the crowning growth rate, I think, after independence was a 7.5% achieved by the Labour administration in 2006 when we were booted out of office. That was a crowning growth rate. And I suspect if of course we were to benefit then as the former government benefited by the recasting of figures of growth rate, etc., then it would have been higher. But my point is, oh, it's climbed to 10 point something. My point is that this government actually is approaching that growth rate, and if it succeeds in eclipsing that growth rate, then of course the praise and benefit has to go to the government and to the Minister of Finance. So, Mr. Speaker, they're almost caught up with that growth rate. But let me return to the statistical summary, and they need repetition. The current surplus is 156.9 million. The recurrent surplus of 66 million. And Mr. Speaker, lest you be worried, I'm reading from the budget summary, Mr. Speaker, and you can consult your budget summary while I speak. The primary surplus is 104 million. There's a primary balance expressed as a percentage of GDP at 1.5%, and an overall balance as a percentage of GDP of minus 1.6%. Now, may I make a suggestion to the Ministry of Finance as we go through those figures? Because you see, when we come to Parliament and cite those figures, unless we spend time to explain those figures, the population don't understand what those figures mean. And perhaps in the notes that they present, they can always take the opportunity to explain to people what these figures mean and what it means for the government's management of the fiscal policies of the government. Now the question is, and this is the point, how does the opposition handle this? How does the opposition react to this? Well, the easiest way is to pretend it don't exist. So in a budget reply, you don't make no reference to it. And it's a tactic that has great value. What you do, in effect, is not to mention those statistics again, argue those statistics so it sticks in people's mind, and then you go in a different direction and mention all other things that are irrelevant. The member for Library is looking at me as if I'm preaching something that is wayward, but that's a well-known technique of lawyers, among others. That X says Y, you ignore what X says and go and talk about something else and totally mislead and confound. So that's the position. You can ignore it. But then you cannot argue and say that the economy is on autopilot, perhaps even suggesting that it is guided by an unseen hand, an unknown and unseen hand. Surely you cannot again present an argument in 2024 that the economy has experienced its last burst of growth as it recovers to return to the pre-pandemic levels. That growth rate was exhausted since last year and the year before. We have gone past that. We have gone past that. But even if you want to argue on its merits that that is the case, then how on earth are you going to explain a growth rate of 7.3% in 2024? My goodness. If you have to argue that in 2024 that 7.3 growth rate don't exist, or that you have to attribute it to growth rate following the pandemic, then in effect what you will have to concede and admit that never ever before in the history of St. Lucia has an economy enjoyed such growth in such a short space of time. Because now you're talking about growth rate in their 20s and possibly reaching their 30s. No, that's the predicament of the leader of the opposition. How do you deal with those realities? Nostalgia creeps in sometimes, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes. Because when these presentations are made in the House, and I regret I didn't have the opportunity to listen to the leader of the opposition. I really wanted to. I miss him too often. Too often. I would have liked to have listened to him this morning so that we can contest the issues on the merits. But let us wait for the policy debate. It will be an opportunity at the policy debate to contest these ideas. But you know, Mr. Speaker, even if I were to concede some measure of credit to the leader of the opposition, I have to take it all back. I'm compelled to take everything back. After all, Mr. Speaker, this opposition is known to be preposterous, to engage and employ absurdities in its arguments. And I don't know whether it is a situation that the government is hoping that it could be rescued by its theological outlook, that the truth is what you believe it to be. And maybe that is what is at play, the philosophy, the outlook, that the truth is not really the reality, but what you want to believe it to be. And then, of course, as we have learned over the years and over the months, Mr. Speaker, there are those who will accept that kind of logic and drink that kind of logic to their heart's content and delight. The truth is what you believe it to be. And what a predicament for a leader of an opposition to have to answer to those groceries. And so, Mr. Speaker, there is another element that I want to touch on before I come to the substance of some of the issues. Again, nostalgia, Mr. Speaker, a little bit of nostalgia. And honorable members, I know, will concede the occasional nostalgia in these matters. But I warn you all, those of you who think at my age that quote-unquote I'm elderly, don't make a mistake. Because there are prime ministers in this region who are older than I am. I have no desire to be prime minister in my life again. I am enjoying my life as it is. It's the most enjoyable period of my life. But this business of believing that these are idiosyncrasies of age, don't make that mistake. Never make that mistake. So a little nostalgia is good for the soul, and from time to time, useful to engage in. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when St. Lucia achieved its first $1 billion budget, and I drew the attention of the then Parliament and the people of St. Lucia to the fact that we had crossed a threshold of $1 billion. I was ridiculed, accused of arrogance, of citing a statistic of no relevance to the daily lives of the people of this country. Day in, day out, and the member for Castries East will remember what I had to endure. I believe there are two things he remembers, but there are many others to remember. This declaration of $1 billion budget. And mind you, there are people in this society who should have known better, who engage in that kind of behavior. I watch this society with utter fascination. And you know, one of the biggest problems that we have in the society is when we see wrongdoing being committed, we applaud those who do it, and we refuse to correct those who do it, and we are reaping it today. Wrongdoing is everywhere, but we applaud it and we justify it and find excuses for it. That's what our life has become. Whether you're on the opposition benches or whether you're in government, that's the reality. It has become a national culture. We applaud those who say the wrong things, write the wrong things, do the wrong things. And we don't have the guts or temerity to stand up to them and say this is wrong. So we pay a price. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I remember that occasion well. Outstanding people in the society who parroted that garbage rather than understanding what crossing that threshold meant. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am witness to the fact that our budget stands at an estimated $1,894,110,800. This is astounding. This is astounding, and how times have changed, Mr. Speaker. How times have changed. We speak the language of billions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, I accept that the value of money has been eroded substantially. Money has lost a lot of value because of inflation. But I say that even if that is so, it remains a real significant achievement that we have a budget of $1.8 billion. We have come a long way. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, I'm not making any pronouncements. I believe, it's just my own belief, that if this government perseveres, then in 2 years' time, we will see a budget of $2 billion. That, in my books, Mr. Speaker, will be an achievement if the respective balances remain as healthy as we have indicated in the budget summary. We have come of age. That is it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to make today a day of a litany of I remember. If I had to, then today I would be on my feet for the entire day. So I ask you to forgive this little nostalgia. But I go back one step. I recall that 2 years ago, when the Minister of Finance delivered his budgetary statement, in my budget response, I said to the government that the secret to the recovery of the economy in the short term was a significant investment in infrastructure. I don't know whether honorable members recall this. I said that was the key. Recovery, however, cannot and should not be left solely to tourism. Tourism don't have that ability to do so, while it may provide you with the kind of statistics and while it can, of course, provide you with the foreign exchange that you need. I am therefore glad that this government has taken steps to declare this year as a year of infrastructure. But, Mr. Speaker, decisions like that must have meaning and must have value. The declaration of the year of infrastructure should not mean that this is a year of the declaration of an opportunity for the big contractors. It must not be for the big contractors. It must be for the ordinary citizens, the army of masons and laborers and small contractors in our midst. So that whatever allocations are being made and are being spent, that must be translated to touch the pockets of the small people in this country. That is vital so that they can buy in politically, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the impact it is going to have on the downward trend of unemployment in the country. And look, Mr. Speaker, just travel around the country. I can tell you, even that East Coast Highway from Castries down to Vieux, we need to build endless drains along the highway. Endless drains along the highway. Put people to work. Let them build and construct these drains to improve that highway that we've been talking about. Put people to work. Put the masons to work. Make them quiet. Let them end the talking and the speculation. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just hope that the Ministry of Infrastructure will understand that the declaration of the year of infrastructure is not for the big contractors only, but it has to be also for the ordinary citizens of this country. And I will say more of this, Mr. Speaker, when I engage in the policy debate. And in that policy debate, I will want to address the issue of the capacity of the Ministry of Infrastructure to deliver projects, the Ministry's ability to respond to community emergencies, and I also want to look at, in that policy debate, at alternative models of delivery of projects in this country. In other words, what alternative models we can create to allow infrastructure projects to be delivered in the country free of the bureaucracy that is so readily apparent in the operations of the Ministry of Agriculture, of Infrastructure, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General visited me just before the delivery of this statement this afternoon. And he's a man who, Mr. Speaker, is very careful with language and he avoids certain words. But he said enough to say to me that he knows that I'm garrulous. I speak a lot. I say a lot of things. That's what he was trying to tell me this afternoon. So he wanted to be sure that I'm not going to go through one of my moments of being exceedingly talkative and garrulous and say things I should not say. And I want to say to him, as I've said before, I have, and I'm saying this with all good intention, that I have often reflected, Mr. Speaker, about those parliamentarians who were backbenchers in my time. And sometimes I have wondered whether in my time I paid enough attention to them, to their constituencies. And when I look back, truth be told, both political parties have really not had much historical experience in dealing with backbenchers in our parliament. So this is a learning experience on all sides. And I believe the lessons have to be learned among the backbenchers and also by the government in office. And you see, I'll tell you why too, Mr. Speaker. We are likely, and we need to, revisit our boundaries, the delimitation of boundaries, and sooner or later we will have to increase the size of our parliament. What this means, translated, is that you're going to have more backbenchers in your parliament. You will therefore have to develop a culture to deal with backbenchers. And I personally believe, Mr. Speaker, that it would be a good thing if in the course of any financial year, if each minister holds a town hall in the constituencies of backbenchers to hear from their constituents, their views on the development of their constituencies, and how best the ministry can assist whatever they wish to be done in their constituencies. Now, I don't know if I have disappointed the Attorney General by taking that approach. I understand that. So I understand. So I don't know whether you want to start learning the initial lessons. I don't know. But this gives me just the jumping off point to make an observation that I want to expand on. Mr. Speaker, I note the considerable resources being made to the Ministry of Tourism. And I'm referring to head 47 of the estimates because it discloses that some 3.345 million is allocated to community tourism. This is a respectful allocation, not bad. I believe that the ministry can do it 3 times that, really, but this is respectful for a start. But what I wanted to tell the Minister of Tourism is that you Fortunes want a piece of that pie. That's really where I want to go. In that regard, I want to issue an invitation to the Minister of Tourism to visit us in Vieux South to tell us how much of that allocation will go to Vieux South. Mr. Speaker, that's my point. You all can cite where you all want to cite, but I know where I want to cite. In advance of that visit, I asked the minister to consider financing a consultancy to do a feasibility study on the establishment of a boardwalk alongside the beachfront of the town of Vieux, stretching from the fisheries complex in Vieux to the fish market, to the existing fish market. And I'll have more to say in a few moments, because this becomes important when the fish market is repurposed and revitalized. But I'll have a few more minutes. I'll have to say more on this in a few minutes. The idea of a boardwalk to elevate the frontage of Beaufort is dear to the residents of Beaufort South and will provide new economic and reinvigorated economic opportunities to the people of Beaufort South. And there are so many examples of boardwalks throughout the region that you look at. There's the Barbados model. All we ask at this stage is, where? That. Not to my taste or my liking. But I can introduce you to other boardwalks elsewhere. But at least a consultancy so that we make a start in this regard. I'm also aware, Mr. Speaker, that the lease held by the Williams family of the property once described as the lobster pot has expired. It would be good if the Minister shares his views on how this property is to be developed. And of course, hear from my constituents their ideas about the future potential of this property. I believe that this is a site that is currently going to waste. It is not being utilized. And of course, the good thing is that the property has now reverted to the Crown. And while Beaufort South is in the focus of the Minister, the question of what is to be done with Mullah Sheikh and its lighthouse deserves attention. Unfortunately, the National Trust, who holds the property adjoining the lighthouse in trust, has not been able to come up with any realistic ideas as to how the property can be integrated in the development of Beaufort South. And you know, we waste our history, I think. We really do waste our history in this country. We always seem to be interested in is sugar mills, old sugar mills. But mind you, I have a sugar mill at Larish. I have two sugar mills, by the way. I have one at Larishus and another one down lower down there among Latuni. And they're respectable sugar mills, you know. But my point is that that area of the lighthouse, Mr. Speaker, was once a tracking station for American missiles. When American missiles were being tested. But that history has gone to waste. The very building that was used is still there, and I will not tell you, Mr. Speaker, what the building is being used for. But I know you're a man of considerable imagination, and I leave it to your imagination to put the pieces together, Mr. Speaker. If you want to be reminded, then do pay a visit at your leisure, Mr. Speaker. So these are the issues. And one of the problems that we have, and I'm saying this so that the National Trust can hear me loud and clear, is that when the government of St. Lucia places the patrimony of the people of St. Lucia in the care and protection of the National Trust, the National Trust has to understand it does not mean care and protection in perpetuity, that no investment must be introduced or brought to these areas to make use of those sites or whatever historical remains on those sites. And the National Trust has to get its act together, because you cannot hold a constituency in purgatory for so long. It can never be justified. So I want that to resonate with the National Trust. Mr. Speaker, allow me to return to the Ministry of Infrastructure, Transport and Port Services. And I did say to my good friend the Attorney General that I wouldn't be saying much in this address. And so it is, I will concentrate on safeguarding my constituency. Mr. Speaker, last year when I spoke at the estimates debate, I lamented the lack of attention to the roads of Vieux South. And colleagues will remember that I've done so for 3 years in a row. I lamented in particular the plight of the residents of Cedar Heights. I lamented the unpaved section of the Bruceville Main Road. I lamented the failure to complete the paving of the St. Jude Highway and the Larry Shoes Road from the bridge to the Heineken Brewery. I lamented that. And I just want, Mr. Speaker, to highlight why those roads are important, quite apart from the fact that it is necessary for the citizens to benefit from good roads. But you know, the roads in that area have deteriorated so badly that ordinary motorists on their way to Sozel or to Soufrière, who have to go through Vieux, do not use those roads, and rather they use the highway through Vieux, and that is causing some of the congestion that exists in Vieux at this time. So it is vital that the roads be repaired. And while the Ministry of Infrastructure is thinking about repairing roads, I must say I probably have the lousiest roundabout in this country. Probably the worst roundabout in this country. Unique. Well, then take it to Labrie and put it up on the top of Labrie Hill, and you tell me if it's unique on the hill up there. Take it to Labrie. You're shouting no, no, no fast. Come to think of it, Multiply is a good place for it. Come to think of it. And while this ministry is talking about all these fancy roundabouts, I'm going to invite the Minister of Infrastructure to look at a roundabout in Vieux at the top of New Dock Road. Vieux-Fortians don't deserve this. And I wish I could tell you the number of times I have dialogued with the Ministry of Infrastructure about replacing that roundabout. That's the roundabout that carries the flag of St. Lucia around Independence. And this is your second town, you know, Mr. Speaker. This is your second town, and it is being treated that way. So, Mr. Speaker, we have opportunities to make use of the talents in the Ministry of Infrastructure. While these roads are not itemized in the Capital Works program of the Ministry under Head 43, there is reason for optimism this year. When the minister reeled off the impressive number of roads constructed in other constituencies, I say, hey, that's it. I must be on the list. I heard him talk about a number of roads in Vieux North. I heard him talk about a number of roads in Gros-Islet. Then I heard him even talk about Austin Hill in Dennery North. I said, bound to be that. I said, bound to be not this year. Bound to be not this year. And then I heard the announcement, Mr. Speaker. I heard the announcement this year that, and listen to the words of the, not his direct words, but the imputation was clear, that Vieux South was shortchanged when the St. Jude Highway was only constructed to the brewery and nothing else was done, and St. Jude Highway remained as is, Larry Shoes remained as is, and therefore attention will be given to these roads. I also heard him say that Cedar Heights will be given attention. And Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you why I am optimistic. I am optimistic, and I'm going to use, again, a phrase that we have used in the political lexicon of our parliament. And those who are in this parliament will followed it when you were younger and will remember this phrase. No. A phrase where a famous parliamentarian, I believe it was the then Deputy Prime Minister, Sir George Mallet, he stood up and announced that as we speak, construction is on the way. You remember? Now tell me which project it was. Borderley. No. It wasn't Borderley, but it was a prison, a new prison. As we speak, lo and behold, no prison was ever being constructed, but as we speak, today, I am honored to use the phrase, as we speak, to say that as we speak, construction is underway in Cedar Heights. And that the road named Calabash Street is currently under repairs. As we speak. The Minister of Infrastructure has hope for redemption. There is hope for redemption. Because as we speak, this road is under construction. And I now await, Mr. Speaker, attention to the other roads to bring relief to the residents of Cedar Heights who have had to suffer so much over the years. And Mr. Speaker, I told you at the last sitting that repetition is a very good thing. Remember that, Mr. Speaker? Glad you remember that, Mr. Speaker. I told you, Mr. Speaker, that repetition is an important tool of all good teachers. It's also against? No, we'll have a different interpretation of the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. And it is only so if there's repetition in one contribution, not in successive contributions over a period of time. So, you see, you concede fair enough. That's an important step, Mr. Speaker. My point, Mr. Speaker, is this, that we have to do something about completing the Bruceville Road, the top of the Bruceville Road from Bruceville to the main road. The people of Bruceville, despite all their woes, despite their troubles, their pains, they have stood by me and stood by this government year in, year out. No community has been as heavily bribed as Vieux as Bruceville to vote against me. And no community has accepted the bribes to the extent that they have and have repeatedly voted for me despite the bribes. And your representative, Mr. Speaker, always tell the people of Bruceville, they come to you, they give you money, take it. Let me know how much they give you, but take it. That's the investment that has been put into that. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to go into the issue of whether they were bribed on election day or not. I'm not going to go there. I'm talking about bribery in general. So, Mr. Speaker, they deserve their day in the sun. Now, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I think Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, was interesting. The Minister of Finance made reference to plans to construct an entertainment center for Vieux South. You recall, Mr. Speaker, I feigned surprise, I expressed some surprise. And I know my friend to my right wants to find out about this entertainment center and what is this entertainment center that is coming to Vieux. You see, Mr. Speaker, the former administration in its tenure had in fact announced plans for an investment group from Trinidad and Tobago to construct a cinema complex and entertainment center for Vieux South. That project, never materialized. So when the Minister of Finance mentioned this entertainment center, I said, don't tell me that project is resurfacing. Because the plan was to use the area designated for an administrative center for this so-called complex. Mercifully, it didn't materialize. But I'm glad that better use was made of the lands in Vieux, and I now notice that a parcel of land made available to Brian the Head has been cleaned, and I understand that a mall and other facilities will be constructed in that area, which is a far more purposeful use of the land. So that is a welcome development. And I am happy that it is a Vieux-Fortian who is making that kind of investment in that kind of. And let me say this to this honorable House. when you look at Vieux Fort and the history of Vieux Fort, and I'm telling you this so you can understand Vieux Fort, because the psychology of Vieux Fortians are not understood. Modern day Vieux Fort was not constructed by merchants and investors from Castries or from the north, you know. Modern day Vieux Fort, what it is today, was done by Vieux Fortians. They are the ones who have developed the infrastructure, put up the buildings, and engaged in business in Vieux Fort, not the merchants in the north. That is the big difference, Mr. Speaker. So, an investment by the Daher family is certainly welcome. But you could well imagine, Mr. Speaker, since the announcement by the Minister of Finance on Tuesday, I have been bombarded with calls from constituents, all anxious for details. Some want to know if there was the possibility for them to invest, or if there were new economic opportunities that they too can participate in. So I had to meander somewhat, Mr. Speaker. But then I subsequently realized, after discussions with the Minister of Finance, what he had in mind and really what he was describing. And of course, this is a project that I welcome, I have championed, and I am looking forward to, because it has the potential to catalyze. What the Minister of Finance meant was a project to repurpose, revitalize, and transform the existing Vieux Fort market into a venue for cultural performances and fine dining experience. Let me explain what the concept is. And I have, Mr. Speaker, the attention of the member for Sozel, Solibus, because he was dying to know what this project is all about. Mr. Speaker, I see you looking at the clock. How many minutes I have? 18? 1-8, Mr. Speaker? Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like many community marketplaces throughout the world, Mr. Speaker, the old market in the town of Vieux Fort many years ago was emblematic of the vibrancy of the old town of Vieux Fort. And some of us can remember on Saturdays going to Vieux Fort town and going by the old market. I mean, the level of business activity was extraordinary. One of the best markets in the world. In the region, sorry. And Mr. Speaker, the tragedy was that once the town moved northwards, and the area on New Dock Road and Latuni was developed, then commerce moved north with it. And that has been the challenge of the old Vieux Fort town. Everything moved north. Banks moved north. Services moved north. Restaurants moved north. Businesses moved north. The result of this is that SNS didn't move south. That's another story, but we'll talk about that. So, Mr. Speaker, that really was the reality. And there have been numerous efforts, Mr. Speaker, to try to revitalize that part of the town. It would be a monumental tragedy if the old market was left on its own just to decay and to waste away. And given what has happened, Mr. Speaker, the fact that business and economic activity have moved to Clark Street and to the New Dock area, we have had to find a solution to bring some life and energy to that part of the town. Mr. Speaker, what is proposed is that the old Vieux Fort market is repurposed. It calls for a combination of restoration and the installation of new features to both rekindle the nostalgia of the venue, Mr. Speaker, in its original intent, while adding new commercial value in gentrifying both the venue and immediate environments. So the intention is to allow it to become not just a market, but as a site for cultural performances and indeed a fine dining tourism venue. And I'm happy that technical assessments have been made, and in a sense this is an interesting idea, an imaginative proposal to transform the market, to bring it to life. And when I spoke to the Minister of Tourism to say to him to explore by consultancy the possibility of a boardwalk for before, the whole idea was to connect the fisheries complex by a boardwalk to a boardwalk that will be built just outside of the old market as part of that dining experience. Again, the member for Labrie is watching and listening intently. You see, I have great love, respect, and admiration for Labrie. Really great love, admiration, respect. I mean, it was my base when I went to school at the secondary school. But, and I know the member for Labrie has persevered in building a market in Labrie. I sometimes wonder what he tells his cabinet colleagues, because every other word he uses is probably saying Labrie market, Labrie market, Labrie market, Labrie market, while the member for Denver North says Austin Hill, Austin Hill. He replies Labrie market, Labrie market, Labrie market. And, you know, he suffered under the tenure of the former government. Not even his friend Bradley was able to save him, because the fellows cancelled his market. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. The honorable members cancelled his market. So now he's going back to the basics and he's building his market. But I said all of this to say that the Vieux proposal, albeit that it is a proposal to design an existing structure, is far more imaginative than what is going to be constructed in Labrie. The member knows nothing about the concept of a boardwalk, and he can't. And I want to assure the government of St. Lucia that the money that will be expended on that project in Vieux will nowhere come close to the cost of the market in Labrie. Nowhere. But that's the reality. Sometimes you have possibilities that far exceed the expectations of individuals. So, Mr. Speaker, this new facility will be able to facilitate multiple vendors by design. It will provide new restaurant, dining, and entertainment infrastructure. It will introduce new value added, such as merchandising and social media connectivity, all under one thematic concept. It will be augmented with installed landscaping, stylized lighting and dining infrastructure for cafe, daytime and evening cuisine, along with repurposed entertainment areas and ancillary structures, including front of house and backstage, all without altering the existing structure of the market. And as I said, there will be a boardwalk. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the overarching goal of this project is not only to re-establish the old Vieux Fort market as a viable cultural and commercial space, but to use my words to reinvigorate and gentrify that quarter of the town, hopefully to reorientate it to a back-to-town experience, and that it can be seen as a potential tourism waterfront. Now, Mr. Speaker, consider all what you are getting, and I am advised...
Member, you have 10 minutes left.
I am advised, Mr. Speaker, subject to your admonition, that the total cost of this project is just $1.5, Mr. Speaker, million. Just $1.5 million, Mr. Speaker. Easy, Mr. Speaker. Inexpensive, Mr. Speaker. It worries me, Mr. Speaker. $1.5 million, 1.581 is the estimated cost. Now, let me enter a caveat. Mr. Speaker, this project is not an excuse for providing Vieux Fort with an administrative complex. It is not an excuse. The administrative complex is designed, among other things, not only to provide government offices and space, but also to give Vieux Fortians, the second town in this country, a theater that they have long been denied. So it is a temporary facility to reinvigorate that part of the town of Vieux Fort, but it is not an excuse not to construct the administrative complex that the people of Vieux Fort have been asking for over. I say no more, Mr. Speaker. I leave it there. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch very briefly on two other sectors because time is of essence. Mr. Speaker, connected to the Vieux Fort Market and Fisheries Complex is the plight of our fisher folk in Vieux Fort South, and I draw attention to head 41 at page 628. Mr. Speaker, an allocation of $850,000 has been made for, quote, repairs to fishing facilities. I note that of this amount, a sum will be spent to undertake urgent repairs to a leaking storage container, which needs, I understand, to be properly housed. Additionally, a new perimeter fence will be installed and repairs will be undertaken to the boat landing strips on the slipway or ramps. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is welcome news. And Mr. Speaker, I had to turn to my neighbor, my colleague to my left, the member for Dennery North, for Dennery South, and I had to whisper to him, am I going to get these facilities this year?
I say yes.
He assured me that this year these projects will be done. And make this declaration in this House. And I hope that the younger members of Parliament understand what it means when a declaration is made in the Parliament of St. Lucia. I hope they understand. When he said yes to me, I turned around and whispered to him, comrade, similar announcements were made for the past 2 years. I believe we understand each other, so I say no more. And I believe that the Minister of Finance has heard me. I believe that other members have heard me. And I believe that the honorable member understands that there will be a judgment day when pronouncements will come. But the fishers of Vieux Fort South will be relieved, and I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that this is in addition to other initiatives which were announced yesterday by the member for Soufrière in her capacity as the minister responsible for commerce. Mr. Speaker, I am also very pleased by the initiatives that are underway in respect of school infrastructure. I am yet to hear what will be done with the roof of the former junior secondary school next to Kimatrai. It's a matter that merits some discussion. But I welcome in particular the indication that there is a new block which will be constructed for the Plainview School and that the repairs will be undertaken to the science block at the Vieux Fort Senior Secondary. I welcome those initiatives. May I, however, say to the Minister that as much as those initiatives are necessary and as much as they're welcome, and Plainview is one of our top performing schools, they deserve it, I want to strongly urge that electrical consultants be engaged to undertake a consultancy about the electricity services at the Vieux Senior Secondary Complex. I hate to say it, Mr. Speaker, but I fear a major accident. And I want to urge the minister to take the first step this year to find some money somewhere and let a major electrical firm carry out an assessment of the entire block because of
You have 5 minutes left, member.
on this matter. Mr. Speaker, if I did not know you better, I would say to you that you are complicit. You want me to end prematurely. But I know better, Mr. Speaker, that your integrity will never allow you to say that, Mr. Speaker. And you too must defend the standing orders. And in and out of the chair, I too must defend the standing orders. But let me say, Mr. Speaker, you know, no set of estimates, Mr. Speaker, can ever be perfect. None whatsoever. It is impossible. It is impossible. After all, why on earth would you describe it as estimates of revenue and expenditure? Why would you use that description, estimates of revenue and expenditure? In the mind of the ordinary citizen, this is gospel. This everything here is gospel, but it's not gospel. It is an estimate. And to use the words of a very distinguished permanent secretary, estimates are no more than statements or expressions of intentions, unquote. Now, I bet you all don't know which permanent secretary said that. No, not at all. Who? No. He's not that imaginative. Guess again, which permanent secretary in the pantheon of permanent secretaries in St. Lucia could say that? Robert was too clinical for that. Right? Nah. Right lacks imagination. I apologize. He's a banker. He lacks. Those words were uttered by none other than Mr. George Theophilus when he was pressed as permanent secretary as to why certain commitments made by the then John Compton government were not honored. And then he made this pronouncement that, you know, estimates are no more than statements or expressions of intentions. John Compton was furious. So John Compton, I might add, was furious and lambasted George Theophilus for making what was clearly was an obvious statement. Now I see your hand, Mr. Speaker, pondering, wondering if I am correct. I can assure you, I am correct. But the Sir John Compton, you know, would understand why. You would understand why he would be most annoyed at such a statement, because it then goes to the issue of credibility, of honoring what you say in Parliament. But then we deal with reality. In my view, Mr. Speaker, while these estimates are not perfect, they are sound. Mr. Speaker, they are focused. And let me add, Mr. Speaker, they're realistic, they're reasonable, and they're well structured. I applaud the Minister of Finance. If there is any criticism, and this is me speaking, it is that the estimates are unduly conservative in its approach. But I concede that we may well need this approach for the times that we are in. I concede that. And in my time, I have been known for some unusual approaches to constructing estimates. And it's not a weakness that an estimate, a book of estimates, bearing only intentions, can, of course, adopt conservative postures. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I know that our country will face some headwinds. The Minister of Finance will face some headwinds. Mr. Speaker, some of these headwinds, clearly, we have to leave for the policy debate. I know, for example, the likely fate of the CIP program is a headwind. I know, too, the continued shock of petroleum prices is another headwind. The high cost of energy in St. Lucia is another major headwind. And still another, and the one we don't want to talk about, the challenge of revenue generation to meet the rising cost of providing services to our people and to finance their needs. These are major headwinds that we will have to address in the months ahead. I plan, as I said, Mr. Speaker, to reserve my comments on these matters for the policy debate. Suffice it to say, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I merely look forward to an interesting and fascinating policy debate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to colleagues and persons who are glued to the television sets and whatever other devices that they may be using, watching the proceedings across the diaspora. Mr. Speaker, it is with a feeling of utmost confidence, one of fulfillment, of total accomplishment, that I stand in this honorable house to make my contribution to this discourse on the estimates of 2024-2025. A motion which has every ounce of support I can probably muster, Mr. Speaker, and estimates which prove beyond an iota of doubt that this good country of ours is being managed far better than what obtained between 2016 and 2021. Within that period, Mr. Speaker, I dare say we were on a path of financial destruction. But before delving into what the business of the day is, Mr. Speaker, I am confronted with the compunction to take a cursory glance at some peripheral issues that from time immemorial have guided the proceedings of this august chamber, within the confines of which ought to be the emphatic supposition that this chamber contains honorable men and women. Please permit me to do so, Mr. Speaker, as your indulgence is craved in that regard. We were here on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, Tuesday morning to be exact, and the Standing Finance Committee met to review the estimates. The evening that ensued, the Prime Minister delivered his address, an address which in a nutshell was an extraction from the estimates with which we were provided at least 8 clear days before. I would go further to say, Mr. Speaker, that there was absolutely nothing said by the Prime Minister that could not have been found in the estimates. So the question as to why you need the Prime Minister's speech to rebut a book that you had in your possession for 8 days just cannot seem to find justification in my mind. But you know, Mr. Speaker, when we expect honorable men to follow a custom, like the leader of the opposition responding immediately after the Prime Minister, when that is breached, anything can be breached. In fact, we've grown accustomed, Mr. Speaker, of things no longer being a custom inside of this House. For 5 years, this House operated without a deputy speaker, Mr. Speaker. When this House first convened after the general election of 2016, a question was asked to the then Prime Minister: why was this blatant transgression of the Constitution, which mandates that Parliament is convened within 30 days after the holding of a general election? With a certain degree of sarcasm, he responded that the Constitution laid no sanctions. And this is the environment, Mr. Speaker, in which we operate. But all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, certain persons have become constitutional experts. They have become constitutional experts because it suits the narrative so to do. But this is hypocrisy of the highest order. Mr. Speaker, there is a Latin term that goes nemo dat non quod habet. It basically means that one cannot give, and for purposes of the estimates, one cannot spend what he or she does not have. And as we navigate the figures contained in the estimates, Mr. Speaker, and others prior, because you see it is necessary to juxtapose the estimates of today to the estimates of yesteryear, because yesteryear's behavior is what determines what happens today. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we navigate the estimates of this year and other financial years prior, an extremely promising picture is painted for the future of this great country of ours. Mr. Speaker, if we take a look at our recurrent expenditure for a number of years and compare with our recurrent revenue for those years, you will see a very gloomy picture painted between 2016 and 2021. And from there on, when the driver of this economic truck was changed, or economic car was changed, you will see a closure in the gap and a much, much better performance. Mr. Speaker, as the estimates will show, and I will point you to, this country is undoubtedly on the path of recovery. The country is beginning to breathe a sigh of relief. Relief that was very much needed. And to illustrate, Mr. Speaker, the estimates of this upcoming financial year, we will look at it and juxtapose, like I said, Mr. Speaker, to have a better or full understanding of the mismanagement that occurred between 2016 and 2021 and the path of recovery on which the country found itself when there was this glorious day on our calendar labeled July 26, 2021. Mr. Speaker, I can go as far back as the financial year 2016-2017. And I want you to listen carefully, Mr. Speaker. 2016-2017, our recurrent revenue was $1.04 billion, whilst our recurrent expenditure was $1.08 billion. A shortfall, Mr. Speaker, of $43 million. Financial year 2017 to 2018, our recurrent revenue, Mr. Speaker, was $1.073 billion, whilst our recurrent expenditure increased to 1.151 billion. Again, a shortfall of $78 million of recurrent expenditure over recurrent revenue. Mr. Speaker, we go to the financial year of 2018 to 2019. The country generated $1.69 billion in revenue. But again, for that very year, there was an increase in recurrent expenditure to $1.268 billion, further widening the deficit gap between revenue and expenditure. That gap, Mr. Speaker, by 2018-2019, a mere 2 years after the last government assumed office, had almost increased by $100 million. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that was what they were doing. They were spending much more than they were making. And I remember the old saying, Mr. Speaker, don't talk to so-and-so because he spends money like a child that has never seen toys. I wouldn't quote the author, neither would I quote whoever that statement was targeted at. But Mr. Speaker, let us go to 2019-2020. The country, and this is very, very instructive, because for too many times I have heard persons hide under the guise of COVID. I have heard all sorts of excuses being proffered because of the bad economic performance. No one dared to challenge the mismanagement of the then Prime Minister. Everybody took umbrage, took shelter. COVID was basically the shield for mismanagement of this country. Mr. Speaker, the year 2019-2020 is instructive in that regard. In 2019-2020, the country made even more money than it made in 2018-2019. Okay? Gouvernement fait plus l'argent à 2019-2020. L'année yo ka dit la ten Covid là, il fait plus l'argent passé l'année avant. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? The country made $1.15 billion. However, under the last Minister of Finance, expenses grew every year. And so our recurrent expenditure had risen from 1.268 billion from the previous year to 1.344 billion. Leaving us, Mr. Speaker, with a shortfall of $190 million. My ladies are clear. My ladies are clear. I have parlé about premier 4 l'année that Mam Mikou South, c'était premier ministre. Là, il vini, l'argent nous a fait, il a dépassé prix. Nous a fait prix, il commence à dépasser prix. Et qui a dépassé juste à temps, 2019-2020, il a dépassé presque $200 millions passé pays à fait, Mr. Speaker. Now, let me pause here, because they'll tell you 2019-2020 was when COVID hit. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth in terms of performance of 2019-2020. You have a gap of $200 million. But COVID, Mr. Speaker, we must not forget, our financial year runs from the 1st of April to March 31st. So in 2019-2020, run from April 1st, 2019 to March 31st, 2020. In that year, we generated the most revenue. COVID hit Yuan, China in December of 2019. And we had no introduction to COVID, not almost at the close of the 2019-2020 financial year. February, March. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, what accounted for that $200 million gap before COVID? I need to know. That's what we need to know. JP avant COVID le set lisye. Premier ministre la même pour Mikou South. Te hani yon gap. Quand il te ka dépenser trop plus l'argent passé il a fait. Et avant COVID vini, il veut plus l'argent, mais il dépensait $200 millions plus passé il a fait. Ça vous fait pays. What did you do with it, young man? You know, and then want to blame COVID. And then, Mr. Speaker, you know, they have to stop blaming COVID because the figures are there, the numbers are there, everything is right there. You know, you can buy tooth bag, I say COVID. In the first 4 years of the member of Miku South taking over the Ministry of Finance or Prime Ministership of this country, the deficit gap widened. In his first year, it was 43. He's spending $43 million more than he's making. In his second year, 78 million, the gap widened. In his third year, 100 million. In his fourth year, $190 million. He's spending more than he's making. COVID was nowhere around. COVID was nowhere around, Mr. Speaker. And there is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, this time, the prospects of this country have almost returned to a degree of normalcy. That was mismanagement to the T. Mr. Speaker, for the financial year 2020-2021, Mr. Speaker, there was an expectation, and look at this. You started, for your first 4 years, you have spent much. You started by spending $43 million more than you're making. You go up to 78. You go up to 100. You go up to $190 million spending more than you are making. COVID hit us 2020-2021. And there is no doubt that COVID hit everybody. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? There was an expectation for that financial year, our revenue would decrease. So, bama di sa ko. Say Daniel Anea, Mam Miku South, kay Premier Ministre. La tenue expectation, l'argent nous te kay faire, te kay baisser. But folks, you will not believe this. You will not believe this. Tout moun ki ka sou ped travail ou, c'est pas laisser au kaido ay me steak. Sou ped travail ou, c'est pas laisser au kay acheter Johnny Walker Black pour boire dans kabawe. Sou ped travail ou ka mawewe ou, et kou ka di c'est moi double dépenser. Mr. Speaker, you'll not believe when COVID hit us and revenue decreased to under $900 million. The man increased his expenditure the most in his 5 years to $1.36 billion, leaving a gap of almost $500 million. Bobby Sarkozy. Mr. Speaker, le Mam Miku South, c'était Premier ministre. Depuis il commençait à dépenser plus l'argent parce qu'il était qu'à faire. Ils savent que COVID est venu et que l'argent est baissé. Tout le monde a la caillou, sous pète de travail, sous pète de là, on a une chaise cote, ou quand juste mettre les cotes, mi chaise ou quand on était sans chaise. Un stove, ou quand dit mi stove, on a une vitesse. But Pa Premier Minister, rather than curtailing his expenses during the COVID year, the man recurrent expenditure was at its highest, leaving a gap of $500 million almost. You know? So look at shortfall the man have had from 43 million, 78 million, 100 million, 200 million, $500 million. And you talk about you were managing the economy. You know, almost $500 million in shortfall. Wasn't that a time when you know your revenue decreased? You decrease your expenses? But Mr. Speaker, no. And this man has the audacity to say, that he was fixing the economy, Mr. Speaker. Fixing which economy, Mr. Speaker? Ki economy it take our hair, Mr. Speaker, because I really want to know which economy he was fixing. You know, Mr. Speaker, how can you fix an economy when you pay a man $40,000 to cut one tree? Huh? How can you fix an economy, Mr. Speaker, when you pay a man in Masha $12,500 to hang a door? $12,500 to put up a door. $40,000 to cut a tree at the comprehensive school. You know, and earlier on, Mr. Speaker, he called on us to make sacrifices. But that is the same man who was spending £2,000 a night, £2,000 a night. As a matter of fact, let me show it, Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind. Show me the £2,000 a night bill. Not the bills, please. Yes, the bills. Yeah, let's go to it. Okay, that's the total bill. Show them the total bill. Okay, the total, can you zoom in, please? Total bill, £13,000. Show them the nights. I will make it a document now. Show them the nights. Can you zoom that out? Look at them. 2 nights, each night, £2,154. Show the back page. Look at there. Look, another 3 nights, each night, £2,154. And show the last page again to see whose name is on the bill again, the £13,000. You're right. Show the name at the top for me, please. Please, zoom out. Show that name. Yes, scroll down. Right. Whose name you see there? Not mine. That's not my name. That's the same man asking us to make sacrifices, Mr. Speaker. £2,154. The tax, the total is £13,000 for 6 nights. At the time the pound was $5, $65,000 for 6 nights. You know, you could take it down, Brendan. And you are now asking us to make sacrifices. 2,000. And you know the worst thing? When the Prime Minister indicated that earlier, he said you'll just say things without evidence. You know, say things without evidence. £2,154 a night. Ecclésier, à pas dit ça. Il paye $65,000 pour 6 souhaits. Où ça? Juste là, nous juste payons pour laver radio. Pas même radio, ils ont payé pour laver. Ils ont mis les taxpayers. And you know, you coming inside of here. This man suffers. Mr. Speaker, permit me to make this word. I coin this word, sahotism. This man suffers from an acute bout of sahotism. You know, and coming in here and ask us to you know, the man talks about travel. Mr. Speaker, I can say without fear of contradiction, the man was the most traveled minister in the history of this country. And he was the minister of tourism with the biggest allocations. And the member from North, from Castries North, can tell you When he was prime minister, this man's budget was $50 and $60 million. But what did he do with it? Pay airlines to fly her empty. And today, Mr. Speaker, today, without any degree of shame, he will talk about, we need to make sacrifices. And Mr. Speaker, you heard him. He referred to the Banana land. He referred, Mr. Speaker, when you live in a glass house, you don't throw stones. That was the man who was prime minister. In his cabinet, his entire cabinet took a decision to sell to a member of cabinet government land at 69 cents a square foot. He is the same prime minister whose chairman of NSC got land in Marigot at less than $2 a square foot. He is the same prime minister who permitted the then member for Castries Southeast to put land on his sister's name at VG. Yes. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, and I can show the deeds and make them documents of the House. You don't play with fire. You don't play with fire. And then has the audacity to say that the diamond was a good move because we're getting rent for $4 a square foot. We had our mall, Mr. Speaker. The mall was bought when the member from Castries North was prime minister. We spent $52 million on the mall. At the time, the mall was valued at $60 million. You sold it for less than a quarter of the value. Tied the government hands for 16 and a half years at over $1 million a month. With a cumulative rent payment of over $200 million, and then turn around and tell the people of St. Lucia you give them a good deal. You give them a good deal. I want to buy Gables Wood board the same way. Gable Wood's mall. I want to buy it. And that is the audacity of this gentleman, Mr. Speaker. That is the audacity of this gentleman. Cabot got land $1 an acre. A St. Lucian bought land 2-point-something acres for $2.7 million. The audacity of this man, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, let me go on. I can say, Mr. Speaker, without fear of contradiction, that for every year, the member for Miku South, who seemingly pontificates on the altar of knowledge, a financial guru, under his watch, every single year, our recurrent revenue was far less than our recurrent expenditure, which increased every year. The expenditure increased every year under his watch. And the gap widened when he left it, almost $500 million difference, Mr. Speaker. And he has the audacity to say, Mr. Speaker, that he did well. He did well. And Mr. Speaker, a lot of the things that caused that, design, finance, construct, giving DSCs all over the place, principal payments to be made every 3 months, interest every month, doubling our rental expense, which is a recurrent expenditure. He got it at $30 million, dropped it at almost $70 million a year, including 5 offices from his father, Mr. Speaker, and has the audacity to say he was fixing the economy and we need to make sacrifices, Mr. Speaker. But that was what St. Lucia was going through under his watch. And had we remained along that trajectory, Mr. Speaker, by now St. Lucia would have been sold to the devil. If we had remained that way, simplicity haven't by day more. And mind you, Mr. Speaker, whilst, look at this, Mr. Speaker. The man took consultants paying them 15 million or so a year to teach him how to widen the deficit gap. Non là pour tout qualité consultant pour dire que ça sous fait $1,000 par mois, pas dépasser plus de $1,000. Il peut être young, mais il a fait $1,000, Mr. Speaker, il a dépassé 2,000. À COVID, il a fait $1,000, il a dépassé 5,000. You mean you need a consultant to tell you you should have taken a housewife to help you prepare the budget? Every housewife in this country knows that when you have $500, you know a bag of sugar is this or this is that, Lucy like is this, that is that. And they can budget, Mr. Speaker, within the limitation of the monies that they have. You needed one of the single mothers that he called whatever he called them. You needed one of them to give him a lesson in economics, Mr. Speaker. That's what you need. That's what you need. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, member for Castries East, took over the navigational economic car or apparatus of Fair Helen on July 26. This financial year is the only financial year crafted and presented by the Prime Minister. In other words, when we came in, the budget of 2021-2022 had been prepared. We inherited a budget. It was not that of the member for Castries East. His first budget, crafted by himself with the use of civil servants who know our plight, who are born St. Lucians, whose tenacity I admire, wanted to stand by the Prime Minister and to show some resolve that what we were not permitted to do, you have now given us the latitude to do it. Let us help you prepare a budget. Mr. Speaker, you will not believe, if we look at the numbers of 2023, 2024, what they are. Mr. Speaker, the estimates of 2023-2024, which the current Prime Minister had full control over, the recurrent revenue, his first, chaste fait 5 l'année, à toute 5 l'année, toute l'année qui a dépassé plus l'argent passé qu'il a fait. The first estimates, the first budget crafted by this Prime Minister, the recurrent revenue, Mr. Speaker, was $1.25 billion, whilst there was a significant reduction in recurrent expenses to $1.24 billion. In his first budget, he was able to, his revenue surpassed his expenses. I believe this Prime Minister deserves a round of applause. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, come in. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is what it is. And the books are there. So when a man tells you that he is a guru, economic or otherwise, let the numbers tell a tale. And so, Mr. Speaker, in the first budget of this Honorable Prime Minister, there was a savings. There was a savings of about $4 billion. Something that the former Prime Minister had never achieved. And then, Mr. Speaker, 2023-2024, expenditure $1.3 billion, revenue $1.375 billion. In his second year, this Prime Minister not only closed the gap and surpassed it by, he surpassed it by some $75 million. That could have gone into capital expenditure, Mr. Speaker. That is how you judge the management skill of one who has the levers of authority, Mr. Speaker. And that is how you manage an economy. And you know, the figures don't lie. The figures don't lie, Mr. Speaker. The figures don't lie. You know, Mr. Speaker, this country was like a car driven by a madman at a high speed towards a precipice of economic disaster. And you know, the good Lord lent a hand, Mr. Speaker, and caused a change of driver, a new driver, a more capable driver, a more experienced driver. And upon being placed in that driver's seat, he immediately pressed the brake pedal, Mr. Speaker, stopped the dive of this country into economic turmoil, turned the car around, and now we are driving on a road with utmost stability on the highway of recovery, bound for eternal prosperity. That's what we are doing now, Mr. Speaker, under this able hand, Mr. Speaker. St. Lucia will get there. St. Lucia will get there, Mr. Speaker. So when you see the hacks want to debate, they will not debate facts. They will just go out of the way. Give me the estimates. Let's look at the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Show me your 5 years, I'll show you my 5 years. Who managed the economy better? That is what we need to know. And then they'll tell you COVID. You had a deficit from day one. By the time COVID came, you had a gap of about $200 million in that financial year. When COVID came, Mr. Speaker, it is Jacques off for Avid. You know, and the facts are there. I'm not making them up. I'm not making them up, Mr. Speaker. I'm not making them up. Mr. Speaker, I cannot, and none of us can take. How much time I have left, Mr. Speaker? 45 minutes? 28? I thought it was 45. Okay, very good. Yeah, okay. Mr. Speaker, I cannot, and none of us can, take our various allocations as per the estimates and expound on all of them. We can't. Time does not permit that. But I will select some of the allocations worthy of mention, Mr. Speaker. Some of them I want to deal with, Mr. Speaker. And they are the allocation to Proud, the allocation for cemetery expansion, the allocation for the rehabilitation of human resources, and the allocation of the housing assistance program, among others, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this government assumed office, I was inundated with calls from contractors, Mr. Speaker, who we had not contracted, who basically I knew absolutely nothing about their work, Mr. Speaker. But having assumed the portfolio, they want to believe that I am the one who is responsible for payment that were due to them under the PROUD program for the rehabilitation of an unplanned development. And so, Mr. Speaker, the calls kept coming. My intervention was being sought. At certain points, I felt it appeared that I was the one holding back the payments of those persons, and I want to make it clear, they had completed their work under the former administration. They were employed and contracted by the former administration. But Mr. Speaker, because I know of the phenomenon that there is continuance in governance, I placed their plight on the doorstep of the Honorable Prime Minister. I felt sorry for them. And so I indicated to the Prime Minister, who agreed and placed in the budget under head 0052 $3 million necessary to pay those contractors who had worked under Flabo and Flabo never paid them. So I can tell Mr. Jameson, I can tell Dean Nicholas, I can tell all of those who had been literally humbuging me for payment that I took your case to the Honorable Prime Minister, and he indicated, when I said to him, boss, the guys have outstanding bills totaling $3 million, he said to me, Minister, we must pay the fellas. And he made provision to pay them. So I'm hoping you heard me, Jameson, I'm hoping you heard me, Dean Nicholas, and all the others that work under Proud, that your money was due since before I was minister. Zotka jwen la hanzo a prebodye because nom sala nou ni la pa kon lot la kiti la avant. Okay? So, folks, say folks, I swear I'm on my shoe. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, those contractors, yes, they were employed by Flabo, they work on the Flabo, and they were basically disregarded by Flabo. But guess what? The Labour Party, under this Honorable Prime Minister, say no, we have to pay them. I'm talking about Proud, Mr. Speaker. Since we came into office, we have empowered over 200 poor St. Lucians by giving them deeds, giving them titles to property on which they live, giving them a sense of empowerment that they never had in their lives before. Empowerment that can cause generational changes, Mr. Speaker. Only 2 weeks ago, we handed 19 deeds. 19 deeds to persons from various localities, Mr. Speaker, from across the length and breadth of this island. And one of them was very touching, Mr. Speaker. One of the ladies I handed a deed to was a sanitation worker from Vieux, who had given the government and people of St. Lucia over 30 years in the sanitation department. Today, Mr. Speaker, she has a fair slice of St. Lucia. She has title to a piece of land that she can't call her own, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ironically, this lady is from the same jurisdiction where at the stroke of a pen, a foreigner was given 1,000 acres at $1 an acre for 99 years. And I see this, Mr. Speaker, as a semblance of poetic justice, Mr. Speaker. I look to my right, not immediate right, second right, and I notice my colleague from Soufrière. Mr. Speaker, when we assumed office, and when I can say without fair contradiction that the member for Soufrière will beg for her constituency until her needs are met, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of our people, Mr. Speaker. That is the admiration I have for my colleague, sister. And you know, she came to cabinet and she said, Minister, l'argent c'est moun mou ka adwe a. An fe gouvernement tiye. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, the government forgave almost $1 million to forgive the credit union, who ended up forgiving the lenders, and today people of Soufrière have land and title to their property as a result of this government through intervention by the rep. What more you need? What more you need? Isn't that empowerment, Mr. Speaker? Isn't that empowerment? You know, Mr. Speaker, as I speak, and I don't want to be adopting the term from the member for Beaufort South for fear that the people have already gone home. Yes, and it's 4:45. But I can tell you, we have over 1,000 lots, Mr. Speaker, in Labrie, Auger, and Vieux North, Vieux in that general, over 1,000 lots awaiting mutation and eventual transfer to St. Lucians, not to foreigners, Mr. Speaker. We have an allocation of $2.16 million on the head 0366 for the continuation of the housing repair. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, this program is yet another innovative program of this government, Mr. Speaker. Never before had it existed. It is a brainchild of this government. And when the Minister of Finance allocated those funds, Mr. Speaker, you know, given the humanitarian bone that seemingly occupies his entire body in Bochetan, he has to ensure that the allocations are spread across the length and breadth of St. Lucia in every constituency. I think it deserves a round of applause. Because, you know, the benevolence of the member for Castries East is not one you would find in the average man. And I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, even with my religious virtues and all my principles of forgiveness, that I may have exercised such benevolence. But again, he is a godly character, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, he has not done like the former Prime Minister, who for the 5 years between 2016 and 2021 thought the resources of this country were his. He thought the resources of the country were his, Mr. Speaker, and he did not spend 1 cent. And I don't exaggerate here if I say 1 cent. Not 1 cent in the other 6 constituencies that did not support him. In fact, Mr.
Remember,
Speaker,
you have 15 minutes left.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, I remember that he was in opposition, and it was right here I was watching the proceedings, Mr. Speaker, and in this chamber, the member for Castries East lamented, why you all are giving us nothing? Why? And the then extremely verbose Minister of Economic Development at the time, the member for Castries South East, he said, for that you crying, you're just not crying. I remember that. Because the member for Castries East was saying, why are you doing that to our people, Mr. Speaker? That is the response he got, Mr. Speaker. You know, but today, this Minister of Finance, this man with a good heart, is not treating the opposition that way, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are helping thousands and thousands of St. Lucians. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? The member from Miku North, he takes the housing allocation. Let me show you what he did with it. I mean, they give you the money to help build houses. Moi, simply say, ouais, qui ça? Mam Miku sans flafé, ba yo Jean Miku. Gardez là. Bode obligé battre. How can you tell me you building that for a constituent of yours? In Miku South? The allocation of the member for Miku South, c'est ça, baby. That is wickedness, Mr. Speaker. You might as well give the person a warrant to kill themselves. If Mr. Speaker, man like me, when I blow hard. That is down. You know? And if you compare that to the others built by my colleagues, you can show them in the meantime. But that is wickedness. That is pure wickedness. That's Denry North, Mr. Speaker. Just go ahead with them. You know. And look at the difference, Mr. Speaker. Look at the difference. Look at the difference, Mr. Speaker. Who really cares about who? Who cares about who? You know, you are who, I see a man on my TV. Who cares about who, Mr. Speaker? You telling me you have the audacity to give somebody that bois alimet, ale bois alimet, ek di sa so kayou febali? Ça so crève chair, Mr. Speaker. Ça so crève chair. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? They will not institute any program like that, Mr. Speaker. You could take it down. They will not, and they did not. And they accuse us of wasting money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you hear a man talk about we waste money, but you know what, Mr. Speaker? He keeps when he was prime minister, his vehicle was on 24/7 from the time he leaves his house until he returns. Until he returns. And when they ask him why, he said he has a problem with his skin. Show those two pictures to me. He has a problem with his skin, Mr. Speaker. Look at what he used to obtain. He could not even walk in the sun. He needed a police officer to have an umbrella over his head. Not even walk, he could walk in the sun. Look at that. Let's take a marché. So, like, la pli. La pani la pli. If le police che do power sola le tête libodie se. Jodi agasa igafe. Show them what he's doing now for me, please. Gasa. Gasa. You know, that's the same man who had his vehicle on at taxpayers' expense, Mr. Speaker. 24/7. That's the same man who could not take the heat because he has a skin condition. But today, Mr. Speaker, he wants to show he's like us. He wants to show he's like the citizens who foolishly or otherwise made him prime minister. The same citizens who made him prime minister. Guess what? He barricaded them for 5 years. For 5 years, he didn't want to see them. They could not come around Parliament. And it had to take a man like you, Mr. Speaker, to say that those barricades don't work with me. It had to take a man like you. Those barricades don't work with me. But the people voted for him today and tomorrow. He don't want to be surrounded by them, Mr. Speaker. Pas quitter Monsieur Kwenezo, Monsieur ka souffre excentisme. You know, came into office. He has an obsession at 15, Mr. Speaker. Came into office. FAR 15. Yesterday behind a van. PB 15. Go on the media. I want to speak. Number 15. What he did not see, the Labour Party would give him 15. He has an obsession at 15, Mr. Speaker. 15. You know. And that is what we have in this country. We have somebody who's parading, Mr. Speaker, to really do better for this country. But parading as though he really and truly cares about this country, but has wasted our resources. Wasted our resources. Asking him about our national dish, sauce and cucumber. Our national dish, Mr. Speaker, you know that is sauce and cucumber. You know, that is the kind of thing we had, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me quickly go into, and what we saw there behind the van.
10 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll wrap up. What we saw there is spousal abuse, drug abuse, but to have a police officer in a black suit, in a tie, behind a van, in the hot sun is police abuse. That is police abuse. And I'm sure he knows that anybody who rides to the back of the vehicle is uninsured. But that is his style. He pays country guard to the Lord, jumping behind a police motorbike with total impunity, Mr. Speaker. That is the behavior of this man. To do what? Attract attention, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say we are working hard on the cemeteries. Hard on the cemeteries. Started the cemetery in Vieux. And that cemetery in Monrepo has a story. It has a story. Mr. Speaker, Miku North had never voted for the Labour Party. The cemetery in Monrepo went out of commission in 2016, the exact year that the United Workers' Party won the elections. Mr. Speaker, for 5 years between 2016 and 2021, not even an iota of intention in terms of preparation was made to have another cemetery commission. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the new MP from Miku North dragged myself, dragged my permanent secretary, dragged the Commissioner of Crown Lands into a meeting. And the long and short of it, Mr. Speaker, is that the Monrepo Cemetery is well on the way. And this financial year, we have $5 million there. We are completing phase 1 of the Monrepo Cemetery. It will be ready for burial, Mr. Speaker. That is how you represent people, Mr. Speaker. For 5 years, Jean m'a porté cani pour voir à tout partout. Yo voté by gouvernement. C'est comment tu es. Jeremiah même about shy pressure. But nous acquire they register a non-government. We got DC approval, we got designs approved, and the cemetery has started. Work is progressing with alacrity. You know, and then you tell me you care about people. You don't care about people, you see them as instruments for occupation of a powerful position. That's all it is. Human resource centers, Mr. Speaker, I have $1.65 million for human resource center. Mr. Speaker, ou pa evle kwe, pour 5 l'année, Mammi Kou South, c'était premier ministre et district rep pour Jodiga. Jodiga, bonjour. L'année au community center pour 5 l'année, il pas fait un là. Mr. Speaker, not even a sheet of galvanized he changed. Right now the building has no roof, no windows, no doors. He got wind, Mr. Speaker, that the government intends to do something with it. 2 weeks ago, he barges into a meeting, a council meeting, and will tell them that he has $150,000 allocation from CDP, and he will use it to repair the Diga Community Center. I had to say to them, to tell him, in terms of policy, he cannot dictate to the government of this country which policy direction we go. We will listen, we may hear, but if we decide to extend the community center, if we decide to place it elsewhere, if we decide to convert this old derelict building to another institution, to be used for something else, you cannot tell us what to do. So don't walk into a meeting and say, already is operating on the good conscience of the Prime Minister. He has an allocation. He has an allocation. He has an allocation and he will use it to repair.
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the kind of things you encounter. I will tell him again that the policy direction of this country is not determined by him. He was the same one who told this current government that you have lost the right to speak. He was the same one who told civil servants, don't tell us what to do. But today, he wants to dictate policy to us. I want to let the member know that he does not know what our intentions are. And anybody that goes and intervenes government's property without permission, they will be arrested and charged for damage to property. We need to ensure that things are done in a manner that is in keeping with the protocol of the government of St. Lucia. That is what it is. So, Mr. Speaker, all right, I have loads, but you know, Mr. Speaker, I just want to stay here that my constituency, I just love Castries Central. I have knocked on the doors 4 times and they have opened the doors. One said to me, for the upcoming elections, the doors are already ajar. All you have to do, just give it a little nudge and it will be open. Because I know, I am confident they are satisfied with my performance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the last government did, I just want to mention this. They wanted to efface my name from the political arena totally, obliterate me. And they renamed Serenity Park, which is my brainchild, Mr. Speaker. Took the plaques, threw them away because they carried my name, and placed the Serenity Park in the name of George Mallet, who never represented Sanssouci, and who never conceptualized Serenity Park. They didn't even know how I named the park, Mr. Speaker. It was named on a competitive basis by all schools participating and a panel of judges choosing a name. And they just come, T.A. Richard Frederick Abaisa. But they didn't know that the good Lord wanted me back here. Mr. Speaker, and under the community tourism project, I know I will get an allocation for a construction of an amphitheater at Serenity Park for the people of Castries Central and others, but especially the good people of Sanssouci, whose roads I am tackling at this time. Mr. Speaker, with that said, obviously I had to cut myself short. I want to end with two quotes, Mr. Speaker. It was Michel Steele who said, "We should all be on the side of good governance and protection of taxpayers' money." And Nicholas Bajgrin said, "The biggest determinant in lives is culture, where you were born and what the environment looked like. But the second determinant is probably governance. Good governance or a certain kind of governance makes a huge difference in the lives of St. Lucians." And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, it is quite conspicuous that the lives of average St. Lucians are changing. They have changed drastically ever since this Labour Party government assumed office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will finally say here, George Odlum, a man whom I admired, comes to mind. And he said, Mr. Speaker, we know of his renowned phrase, "This country is now on a trajectory of forward ever, backward never." And that is why each and every person around this table on the side of the government have no choice but to protect the victory for the people of this good country of ours. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of Government Business and member of Castries South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, like my colleagues before me, to express my support for the motion to adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I need to start by reflecting on the exercise we had earlier when the Leader of the Opposition spoke. I truly expected the Leader of the Opposition to take the budget, the estimates, dissect it, deconstruct it, and to expose any flaws that he could have found within the estimates. I must tell you, and in my judgment, you don't have to agree with me, it was probably the worst performance ever by a Leader of the Opposition. The worst performance, Mr. Speaker. I kept wondering and I kept waiting, and my pen was in my hand waiting to make notes on what he was saying so that I would respond to him and not have to allow the member from Castries East to respond to all the criticisms that he boasts he had of the estimates. And I had 2 lines. So he was rather uninspiring, dull and boring today. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm not even sure I'm going to waste any time responding to some of the few comments he made. They were really almost inconsequential. But part of his problem, Mr. Speaker, is that he doesn't understand what it is to manage an economy. He doesn't. When he became Minister of Finance, he said he was going to manage St. Lucia and the economy like a CEO Prime Minister. And we thought, this is bizarre. How do you manage an economy like a CEO? looking to make profits and looking, to act in the pursuit of creating surplus capital for the benefit of a few. And we said to him then that he was going down a path that would be disastrous to St. Lucia. And we explained to him that an economy is really about how people and organizations interact in the production and the distribution of goods and services in the country. And therefore you needed a prime minister that was about people and not about figures. And you would notice that our prime minister, the member from Castries, is not a man who dwells too much and boasts about figures. He deals with people. He focuses on people and not figures. He mentions figures because they are necessary. It's part of the tools of the trade. But nothing that he says is about a focus on figures. His focus is about transforming lives. It's about people. Is a prime minister who presents a budget for people and of people and not of figures. And therefore, there is a philosophical difference in the budgets of this side of the House and budgets of the leader of the opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, you'll forgive me if I have very little to say in rebuttal to the leader of the opposition. There really was nothing of substance that I should even bother with. So I think I'll have a lot more time this afternoon, to deal with other substantive issues. Not necessarily in the same vein, I have to respond to a couple of points made by the member from Vieux South, who, of course, as you know, is a backbencher. But he did raise a couple of points as it relates to tourism, and I think it's only fair and reasonable that I give him the assurances that he asked for. And he presented to us an idea that we should consider building a boardwalk from the fisheries complex in Vieux to the old market. And I think he presented that he did have some concept for the redevelopment of the old market, and I want to say to him, we will accept his invitation to visit Vieux South, and I trust he will host us for lunch and take us on a tour so we can be fully apprised of exactly what he wants done in Vieux. There was a time we used to enjoy lunch in Vieux, but it's been a while since he invited us to be down there. But I think for sure, the Prime Minister has given his commitment that he would build the entertainment center for him, and I think once we can get a concept for the boardwalk, it is something that we will surely consider for him. I think he also raised the Boswell-Williams lands, which I assume those are the lands by the entrance of Coconut Bay, somewhere there. And I think we have been working on a concept to present to you for the redevelopment of that area and to ensure that it is suitable. I know he is a person who places a lot of store on design and character and personality, and that it must reflect the nature of Vieux-Fortians and everything else. He's not one who's minded for monstrosities to be erected in his constituency. So we will surely consult him and make sure that such is done. So remember, you can feel very comforted that your request will be considered, and we shall proceed as suggested by you. Mr. Speaker, I want to also start by expressing my appreciation to the staff at the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information, and all the agencies that fall under the ministry, the CIP, the CDF, SLTA, CTA, SLTA, NCA now, and all the agencies, Mr. Speaker, and the staff that work in the various agencies. I'm extremely proud of the staff, the PS, and all the members of staff I have at the ministry, and I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary, who is in the upper house, will also concur that we do have a very hard-working staff in complement, and they have been seized of the vision of the government, and they certainly are persons that I enjoy working with. And we have so much we can boast about, and I'm sure when we do come to the policy statement, we will present to you a very clear roadmap of where we are taking the agencies that fall under us and what our priority areas are. But as we reflect on the last financial year, Mr. Speaker, there's so much that we can be proud of within the ministry. And if I quickly just go through some of the highlights of our achievement, Mr. Speaker, I must start with the Community Tourism Agency. A lot has been done, Mr. Speaker, in the CTA, and you will see especially, Mr. Speaker, our heavy focus and a philosophical underpinning of all the work we do in the CPA under the CTA is about creating more opportunities for St. Lucians to be involved in the tourism industry and, importantly, to own the tourism industry. For us, this is a mantra that guides everything we do. We want St. Lucians to be able to start owning the tourism industry, Mr. Speaker. And the CTA, the Community Tourism Agency, is the mechanism, the vehicle through which we're going to push that agenda, Mr. Speaker. So you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, my delight when a couple weekends ago we launched the first of 4 projects, Mr. Speaker, an ATV experience in Beausejour in the constituency of Grosley, Mr. Speaker, by a young entrepreneur, young man, again, testimony of the success of the youth economy, although his financing came under the CTA. But it is the same spirit of promoting youth entrepreneurship, Mr. Speaker. We've already commenced free other tourism accommodation properties, Mr. Speaker. So far, we have approved 12 partners for funding, Mr. Speaker. And over the next 2 weeks, we will launch another community experience in Dennery North. Another young man has started a community experience which involves an ATV component as well, Mr. Speaker. So for us, this is a tremendous success. And you will hear over the next few months more community tourism projects being launched and more young St. Lucians getting involved in the tourism industry, Mr. Speaker. I must speak very quickly, Mr. Speaker, of the work that we are doing, the container park at the market, Mr. Speaker, is in the final stages of construction, Mr. Speaker. And once it is completed, there will be 12 shops for operators and 4 dry goods spaces, Mr. Speaker. And we're expecting next month to complete that structure. I must say, Mr. Speaker, the entity that will take over the management of it, whether it is the marketing board, because we're actually taking over the marketing board lands, Mr. Speaker, to build it, on the extent to which the CCC will be involved, the ministry, it will be quite a headache as to how we're going to occupy the space, because it cannot be that this new project, this new offering, will be the same old that we have before, with the sale of fried chicken and retail of food and whatnot. We want more than that. We want a more enhanced offering in that place. And I know the member from Castle Central will have a headache because some of the persons we took off from there, they now by the old fire service site, which is supposed to be developed very shortly, GPH. So we will really have to sit and ensure we cover it well in terms of how we transition individuals back to the container park. But this is very advanced, Mr. Speaker, and we're certainly looking forward to its launch. I must also speak about the Grosley Recreational Beach Park, and the member from Grosley was very loud in his statement of anticipation of how this will enhance the experience in Grosley. It is expected to be an event space, and it's 80% completed, should be completed by May. And of course, like he explained yesterday, it would include vending spaces and also children play area and an entertainment area. So we're looking forward to the beach park, and very shortly I'll be visiting, Mr. Speaker, to see the progress that has been made. The Strozel Arts and Crafts Center is moving again at great pace and will be completed next month in May. And this one is going to be real special because we have been working with a local creative, Mr. Jalen Yudovic, who has curated what we call the Earth Tour, which will be a tour in Soufrière, in Srozel, where various artisans are visited to actually see them working in progress, so the visitor can actually witness the making of coal pots, can see somebody making baskets, another person, another piece of handicraft. So it would reflect the different components of the Srozel community, different artistic and creative expressions. And of course, it will be centered around the Srozel Art and Craft Center. So the Srozel Art and Craft Center will come alive once again as the center of craft in St. Lucia. And like I said, we're really excited about the Earth Tour and the possibilities that it has created. Under culture and creatives, Mr. Speaker, we awarded 47 grants to support innovation and entrepreneurship within the creative sector. We offered financial assistance to artists, designers, filmmakers, musicians, and other creative professionals, Mr. Speaker. And for us, that is really important to make sure that our creatives can come to the ministry and can get small grants to support them. And like I said, last year, for the financial year, we offered 47 grants. Again, we've placed special emphasis in the last 2 years on the La Rose Festival, La Marguerite Flower Festivals, the Creole Heritage Month, Emancipation Month, and all those events, Mr. Speaker, are important in shaping the identity of St. Lucia. And I'm sure all members here would agree that you would notice an enhanced emphasis, if one can say that, on those events to make sure we popularize them, we expose them to many more St. Lucians. And we've taken a lot of pride in emancipation. From the time the member from Catches East gave us a directive that he did not want emancipation celebrated in the same low-key manner that it had been done in the past, we have seen a tremendous growth in the celebration of emancipation in St. Lucia. And I know the last 2 years we celebrated August 1st, the event at the waterfront, and I'm hoping this year we can move to another district in St. Lucia. I believe it might be Soufrière this year. I hope that comes through, Mr. Speaker. And what was really happening about last year was that so many communities got involved in organizing and hosting emancipation activities. And I'm looking forward to this year for that to grow even further. And of course, the ministry is available to provide support to ensure that happens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, last year the St. Lucia Jazz Festival came back alive, Mr. Speaker. You would have recalled when the government changed in 2016, the leader of the opposition, who was then Prime Minister, announced that the St. Lucia Jazz Festival is dead. He was very clear that it was dead and it was not going to be a feature on the St. Lucian calendar anymore. What he did instead was introduce something called Soleil, which was supposed to be I'm not sure the best way, the kindest way to describe it, but just a collection of activities with no sense really. They really didn't have anything that really brought them together that could create a sense of identity through them. But come last year, we reintroduced the Arts and Jazz Festival. We brought back, in particular, the arts component. And I can say to you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, last year was phenomenal for us. We saw the largest crowds attending the shows at Pigeon Point. Largest crowds, Mr. Speaker. And our ticket sales were really beyond expectation. Really beyond expectation, Mr. Speaker. But what was also very exciting is that the communities came back on board with a bang. And in particular, we noticed in Babono, they introduced rainforest jazz, and in Deriso, I'm not sure exactly how they describe it, but they had their own version of a fringe event for the Jazz Festival. And I'm certainly looking forward to this year, and I'll come to that later on, because already we're seeing the community of Bexor has come on board with inspirational jazz. And I was at the launch, and I can tell you the booth that the hills and the valleys will be flowing with creativity on that day, and they were inviting the whole of St. Lucia to come to Bexar for that day. Deputy Speaker, for us in this government, events are important. Some people would argue we put too much emphasis on organizing those events, but we believe those events are important because they not only help create a sense of identity in the country, but they also create opportunities for our creatives to find space for their expressions, whether it is through their creativity or whether it is through the economic activities that take place. I must say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we are really happy with the art and the city and what was done at Derrick Walcott Square for the Arts Festival last year. The Castries City Council hosted the Junior Arts and Jazz Festival at Serenity Park. The member from Castries Central just mentioned Serenity Park, and for sure we're looking forward to that happening again, Mr. Speaker. I must also mention the GIS, because last year we attempted to bring back the Radio St. Lucia as a radio department of the GIS. We first tried it online, it worked quite well, and then we moved to have terrestrial broadcasts, and we are waiting the final licensing. And I'm sure the member from Castries North will assist us in making sure that we get all the necessary approvals, Mr. Speaker, so Radio St. Lucia can be back on live, on air, as a radio department of the GIS. Last year, the Tourism Advisory Committee met every quarter, and I've insisted at the ministry that the TAC Tourism Advisory Committee must meet. And it must meet because we have to establish a culture of dialogue and discussion that will oversee the development of the tourism industry. We must always strive to bring all stakeholders and partners together to discuss the challenges and how best to solve them. If we do not create that culture of consultation, of dialogue, of discussion, we will always have the fear that we are not aligned and we're not working together in the best interest of St. Lucia. The tourism industry is critical. I had to laugh when I heard the leader of the opposition speak about only now we've discovered the importance of tourism. And I think it was so farcical, because my own recollection as a young professional working with the Deputy Speaker who was then Prime Minister, and when we moved from being a banana-based economy, you know, an economy that depended so largely on earnings from the banana industry, and we were shifting. And I remember that budget that was presented when the member from Vieux South announced that the economy had to move from an agricultural-based economy to a services-based economy. He was vilified for saying so. So much was said that it got to a fig and all those things, and he said the future for us will not be there. Instead it will be in the services, and the member from Castries East was given the responsibility. And I remember once teasing the member from Castries East, and I told him he didn't even have a ministry because he had nobody in there. I mean, there was no Ministry of Tourism. There was a desk in the Ministry of Trade and Commerce and Industry. William George Mallet was minister, whatnot. There was no Ministry of Tourism. There was no Department of Tourism. I think there were about 3 persons working there. Somebody called Toussaint, McNall and things, working. That's 1997. And I remember teasing him, and he wasn't very pleased I was teasing him, that I was saying to him, he doesn't even have a ministry. He was making a case to the member from Vieux South that he needed more staff, because he wanted a consultancy to design a structure for the tourism industry, because we were very clear in our minds where the economy was going to go. He was also responsible for financial services to establish together with the member. So the very nurturing of the modern tourism industry in this country started then under the Labour Party government. Most hotel rooms that have been built since 1997 were built under the Labour Party government. But let's put that aside. We're looking forward and where we're going. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm also very proud during last year we were able to have the Jimmys, the hosting of the Jimmys, the Tourism Awards program. Very, very proud of it, Mr. Speaker. And you might ask me, what is the Jimmy's? I'm sure you might have wondered. We did invite you, Deputy Speaker, last year. You did not come. And I'm hoping that you will grace us with your presence this year. The Jimmy's is named after Mount Jimmy, the highest peak in St. Lucia. And in our view, it represents, it's in Soufre, I'm told, it represents, just like it is the highest peak, the highest level of achievement in this country, that we say to our persons in the tourism industry to strive to be the highest, the best. Just like Mount Jimmy is the towering heights of Mount Jimmy stands over all of us. Let your service delivery, let your commitment to the industry to be like Mount Jimmy, to be at that level, Mr. Speaker. And somebody asked me, why you want to spend so much money on the tourism awards? Why do you? I think we need to recognize the people that are making this economy work, Mr. Speaker. The success of the tourism industry, the reason why so many often we can boast of the revenue earned is because of the hard work of St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. We did not get a chance to really celebrate and recognize our farmers during the banana industry days, but surely in the tourism industry days and this government, we will recognize the St. Lucians that are making a success of our tourism industry, Mr. Speaker. So I'm proud we started it last year. And I can tell you that the planning is very advanced to host it again on April 13th this year. I know all members have been invited, and I've always said to members, I see who's wearing the tourism pin, because when persons are asking for tickets and support for their activities, if you don't have your pin, you don't qualify, for it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm also proud during the year that we were able to pass the Tourism Development Act. This is really, really important, Mr. Speaker, because the Tourism Development Act is the legislative framework that will transform the tourism industry. And during the budget debate, the debate on the bill, quite a lot was said on that, and I just want to be very brief to say, Mr. Speaker, that we now have a new framework, a new incentives regime. We have a new understanding of the standards that we have to set. We have a new understanding of the role that sustainability plays within that industry. We have a clear understanding of how we're going to achieve resilience, we're going to achieve, sustainability, and how we're going to be inclusive. Because what was so painful to us was that the concessions and incentives which existed in this country was for only the accommodation sector. In other words, the hotels and some of those other properties. Now, every single sector in the tourism industry can get concessions and incentives, Mr. Speaker. And I think we're very proud of the fact, and we really want to say thank you to the St. Lucia Hospitality and Tourism Association, the Taxi Association, and all the other stakeholders that worked with us for us to be able to achieve what we did. So, Mr. Speaker, moving forward, I want to start off, Mr. Speaker, by looking at page 391, program 072, item 1501, grants and contribution, where you will see $8 million for tourism marketing, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the tourism levy was enacted to provide monies for tourism marketing in St. Lucia. And for the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, the tourism levy has been providing the resources for tourism marketing. But last year, this government took a decision that despite having the levy, it was going to make an allocation from central government of $8 million to allow the tourism authority to promote and support our festivals and events. So the levy money goes to the direct marketing of the destination, and that's what it is for, primarily. But we felt we had to give extra support. So our La Rose, our La Margaret, Carnival, and I didn't say much about Carnival as an achievement, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you, we had a phenomenal Carnival last year. 18,000 visitors. 18,000 visitors came into St. Lucia in the first 2 weeks of July last year for Carnival, Mr. Speaker. And I'm told that most of the bands are already selling out, Mr. Speaker. So we expect an even bigger Carnival this year. And I'm sure the member from Castle Southeast and Denry North and all will be certainly on the road watching the Carnival, Mr. Speaker. That's how exciting that it will be, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, certainly looking forward to the SLTA, the $8 million, and I've said it very clear to the SLTA. That money, the monies must be used to support, you know, the fringe events in the communities, for jazz, for carnival, you know, a lot of those activities that are happening throughout the communities, that money must be used to support them, to make sure that people know of the activities and that they can put on events that are viable and feasible, Mr. Speaker. So we are thankful for the $8 million. We wanted 10, but we didn't get all 10, we got 8. But it is a tremendous, you know, allocation that is made to us. You will also see, Mr. Speaker, on page 401, Program 001, item 1209, a provision of under consulting services and commissions, $1.5 million for us to start implementing the Tourism Development Act. Now, this is important, Mr. Speaker, and let me explain to you. You know, we want to say to the world that we have world-class standards across the tourism industry, world-class standards. In St. Lucia, some properties are already world-class in terms of the standards, but some are not. And we need, if we are going to boast in our marketing drives and in our promotions that we are world-class, then we approximate world-class. And therefore, we need to start developing the capacity where we can go to the different stakeholders, we can provide the training, we can provide the support, and to be able to certify them where they can boast that they've reached those standards. It is not, Mr. Speaker, like the last government was thinking of in one instance, licensing people to operate. We're not licensing people to operate. We're working with you to certify your operation so you can boast of the levels that you have reached. So it's more of an enabling approach rather than a punitive approach. And for us, that's important. So that the ministry has to have the capacity to be able to provide tourism education and awareness, provide the training, provide all the different components that are needed, Mr. Speaker, for us to reach that level of certification. So over the next few months, Mr. Speaker, we will be rolling out a certification program, which we hope will be, you know, accepted by all tourism stakeholders, as it is quite necessary for the development of the tourism industry. Again, I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, and you will see on page 397 that we've provided monies again for the Jimmys, the Tourism Awards, and again, I have invited all members to make sure that they are present and they are able to celebrate the contribution and the work of St. Lucians in the tourism industry. On page 402, Mr. Speaker, item 0043, you will see a total of $18,599,350, Mr. Speaker. And that, Mr. Speaker, is for the ORTCP, the Tourism Competitive Project, the completion of the project. There's a lot that was done, Mr. Speaker, and we need to complete the Cashries Box Park that I spoke about, the Grosley Recreational Park, the Canaries Market, Mr. Speaker. The member from Ancillary Canaries is not here, but the Canaries Market is virtually completed now, and we have to say, Mr. Speaker, it's made a huge difference to Canaries, and Canaries will come alive when we officially launch it, and we're waiting on the Prime Minister to give us a date when we can all colleagues can go down to Ancillary and to launch the Canaries Market, Mr. Speaker. So that those monies will provide for completing the works on the Box Park, Grosley, Canaries, and the Strozel Craft Center. Mr. Speaker, we have also, Mr. Speaker, under the policy-based loan, and the member from Ancillary Canaries mentioned it, Mr. Speaker, that under the Ministry of Finance, some of the projects which were not completed under the World Bank or RTCP, Mr. Speaker, has now been placed under the Ministry of Finance on the policy-based loan. And there are a number of very exciting projects, Mr. Speaker, that will be completed. One of which is very special to me, along Millennium Highway, the Fair, Mr. Speaker, will be, erecting a lookout at Asfair, Mr. Speaker, and it will be a model lookout, Mr. Speaker, and it will certainly be a place, an exciting place for persons while traversing the Millennium Highway, Mr. Speaker, to stop and to enjoy that sunset and the view that will be there, Mr. Speaker. So it's really going to be a special project. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Buckeye Beach, which is shared by Castries Southeast, the Cul-de-Sac, the Bassa Joseph, the Lacroix, the Ticolor, the Cicero communities. The Buckeye did organize a beach park there for the people of St. Lucia under the last government, but it was virtually abandoned. And in that park you can get volleyball, small goals, barbecue pits. It's probably the best beach park in St. Lucia, Buckeye, but it was just allowed to be run down. So we've taken a decision to restore it so St. Lucians can use it and to really enjoy the recreational facility. It's used for shows, for events, whatnot. But we also believe it can introduce a touristic element as well. And we've been told, for example, that every cruise ship that comes has a couple thousand at least crew members who want places to go and spend the day. But they don't go the same places where the passengers are. But all the spots are crowded now from Pigeon Point all the way down to Vieux. So the crew really have nowhere to go. So they are looking for a place in St. Lucia where the crew can go and spend the day, have a barbecue, play some football with a local team, or have some recreation. So whilst we develop this park, restore it for St. Lucians, is an opportunity for us to put a few vending stalls there, create some economic activity. So persons from Cul-de-Sac, from Bassa Joseph, from Cicero can also engage and have some kind of economic activity there. So we will look to upgrade it. The Speaker, I made mention in the last budget of the Marigot project. The Marigot Bay is probably the second most beautiful spot in St. Lucia after the Peters. I have to say that, Mr. Speaker. It is a very special and enchanting place, Mr. Speaker, and we notice what has happened. It was neglected by the last government, Mr. Speaker, and we are committed. We've gotten approvals, Mr. Speaker, to upgrade the waterfront in Marigot. We're working with a couple of the local persons in Marigot Bay and to really make it a special place, deserving of the beauty and the charm and the enchantment that Marigot Bay has. So that, Mr. Speaker, will fall under the policy-based loans, Mr. Speaker. The next project this year, Mr. is a really exciting one. It's under UBEC. UBEC is unleashing the blue economy of the Eastern Caribbean. I'm sure the Minister of Sustainable Development knows about it. But the three major projects we'll be doing under the UBEC. One, we're going to develop a national tourism policy. We have to, with the new Tourism Development Act, we need to have a policy now as to how we're going to pursue the act and make sure that the act is implemented. So for the next 5 years, we'll have a very clear roadmap of where we are going with the tourism industry. The next one we're going to do is have a demand study to guide the expansion and development of tourism transportation. And let me take the opportunity to say a few words on this. For more than 15 years, not a single TX had been issued in this country. Not a single TX had been issued in this country because there was chaos in that sector, the tourism transportation sector. With this government, we noticed that some work had started in the past on how to rationalize the sector, but it had not been completed. So we proceeded to take some decisive action to make sure it is done. We met with all stakeholders, we built on previous discussions, and we came up with a three-phase approach to solving it. In the first instance, all individuals who had TXs were required to re-register. So you had to bring in your documentation, make sure you have the right standing, and then you got reissued your TX. In the second phase, during the 15 years, persons got H plates and were involved in tourism transportation using H plates which were illegal. So we then said to everyone who had an H plate, who are interested in getting a TX, can you make a request for it? And I think there were almost about 1,300 persons who wanted to transition from H to TX. So we've been going through the phase of making sure we transfer all the H's 2 TXs, or at least all the H's who are interested in getting a TX to transfer to a TX. The third phase now is what are the new TXs that we will issue. And we already have a long list of persons that have done the course, one of the requirements, and are waiting for TX plates. So then we have said to them, we need to know exactly how many new TXs to give. So we are going to do a demand study that will tell us exactly what the capacity is, and therefore where our shortfall is, so we'll know how many new TXs to award. Now, every day I get calls from parliamentary representatives, from persons out there that they want a TX, and I have to say to them, just be patient, because the third phase has not started yet, and in this budget the money is provided for us to actually start the study. We've done the TORs, so it's a question now of we starting to do the study. And the third component under the UBEC is the most exciting one for me. It is to establish an underwater sculpture park. Now this one, I'm really excited about it, Mr. Speaker, because the underwater sculpture park will be telling the story of St. Lucia through having figures underwater. So it will be for snorkelers, it will be for divers, it will also serve the purpose of attracting for fishing, for, you know, just so many different reasons. And just imagine, Mr. Speaker, that if you are a diver, I don't know if anybody in here can dive. Some of us don't have beaches or sea by us, but some of us can are snorkelers. You can actually enjoy a representation of St. Lucia as captured underwater, Mr. Speaker. And it's a fascinating experience. So very soon we will be announcing a competition for a narrative of what that park would be. So if you can just imagine, look at the motto of St. Lucia, the land, the people, the light. So you can have representations of what the land is, what the people is, what the light is. You can have, you know, representations of our folk dances, and actually have figures representing the dance of our outstanding St. Lucians. You know, you could have representations of, you know, the Derek Walcotts and the Arthur Lewis and the Julian Alfred and, you know, the Darren Sammy. And we want to have actual representations of St. Lucians, actual representation. So you will actually see the representation. We might even do one of former prime ministers, no? The member from Vieux North from Vieux South might be next to the member from Miku South, you know, Mr. Speaker. You know. So, but we really want to make it a very special project that will become the envy of this region. I know Grenada has one, Martinique has one, St. Martin has one, but you can imagine we want to make ours extra special in St. Lucia. And I must tell you, luckily or unluckily, the shallowest areas to have such a park actually stretch from Ancillary to, you know, Marigot, just past Marigot. Somebody was saying to us, look at Savans Bay area, look at Pralle Bay area, whatnot. But we'll be looking at the different areas. We'll engage the experts and we'll be able to do so. Mr. Speaker, you will notice on page 402, how much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 45 minutes? 20 minutes. Mr. Speaker, the Community Tourism Agency, Mr. Speaker, on page 402, item 0045, you will see $3,345,000, Mr. Speaker. And that will be used, Mr. Speaker, for us to have a number of projects, Mr. Speaker. Only recently we spent, Mr. Speaker, we signed a loan, and a member from Ancillary Canaries was present, Mr. Speaker. And there are a number of projects that we will look to implement during the year, Mr. Speaker. The CMOS experience in Miku North, in the Pralle Bay, Mr. Speaker, a fantastic product that Miku North has in terms of the CMOS experience, and we've received monies for us to be able to do so. We have the redevelopment of the Fish Fiesta in Dennery, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member from Dennery South spoke about it, and he'll be getting the resources to do so. The Montlay-by, Mr. Speaker, a very important place. It is one of the most beautiful sightings of Castries that you can get, Mr. Speaker. It was unsafe. We had to break it down, so we need to rebuild it. And of course, the Martyrs Shrine, Mr. Speaker, at the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception. And you'd remember recently the former member for Castries Central was critical and chastised me for wanting to build something in the church for tourists to come to see. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but it is something we're working with the church on, and I think it will be a fantastic, you know, edifice for us to have at the church where persons can visit it. Mr. Speaker, under creative industries, on page 603, item 066, I'm really proud of my government, Mr. Speaker, because again this year, we're going to see an increase of $700,000 for the creative industries and culture in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. There will be more money, Mr. Speaker, for us to do more training for creatives from dance, music, art. The CDF will get more monies, Mr. Speaker, for them to organize more training and development programs for our creatives in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Carnival will receive its usual allocation, and the Prime Minister has always assured me, Mr. Speaker, of his commitment to Carnival and to jazz and to the festivals, and he's always delivered when we went to him. So we're expecting this year, Mr. Speaker, for Carnival to be bigger, for Creole Heritage Month to be bigger, for jazz to be bigger, for Emancipation to be bigger, for Lawas to be bigger. I know the member from Dennery North is always looking forward to Lawas, Mr. Speaker. The Drumming Festival in Belleville, Mr. Speaker, is poised to be even bigger this year, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the success of that festival has actually led to the art festival this year having the big drum project, and it is really a celebration of drumming in St. Lucia, and I'm sure the member for Beaufort North, you have to take in that activity on the night. Oh, you'll be part of it. That's true, that's true. Well, if the member from Castries East give you permission to be a participant, Mr. Speaker. But this year, Mr. Speaker, we will see so much more being done for creatives and cultural development in St. Lucia. And if I had more time, Mr. Speaker, and like the member from Beaufort South, I believe you're in a conspiracy against me, Mr. Speaker, because there is so much I can say just about creatives and cultural industry in St. Lucia, and the amount of money that we now put into that sector for it to develop, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, GIS will continue to get new equipment to develop, and we're going to spend some money on making sure that Radio St. Lucia, like I said, develops as a radio department of the GIS, Mr. Speaker. The NCA, Mr. Speaker, has now been put under our ministry. And for us, it's really important. Initially, the NCA was under tourism. Certainly when the member from Castries East was minister and the member from Beaufort South was prime minister. It was removed and is now being brought back, and we believe it's a better placement for it. So we will see some resources being put into the NCA to allow it to really achieve its objective. Just think about it. Why should our beaches in St. Lucia not provide basic facilities for St. Lucians when we are enjoying it? How many beaches do we have toilet facilities and baths, Mr. Speaker, for St. Lucians to enjoy? So the NCA will get some resources this year to start a program of upgrading the experience for our people at our beaches, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's really important, Mr. Speaker. So some monies will be put in the NCA. NCA will also get some resources to enhance its patrol team to make sure we keep our beautiful beaches and lookout spots and other areas clean and tidy and well managed, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be that you pass at the lookout spots, whether above January, above ancillary canneries, on the beaches, and they are dirty, and there's a very poor reflection of who we are. And we're going to enhance the capacity of the NCA to be able to do so. Mr. Speaker, importantly, and I want St. Lucians to take note, we are going to bring back the Rangers patrol team, Mr. Speaker. And we will be employing maybe about 70 officers in various shifts that will be able to patrol all those areas, make sure there is order on the beaches with vendors, make sure, you know, people are not harassing and there's not overcrowding and there's disorder in those areas. We need to ensure that the average St. Lucian as well as the visitor can go to the beach and have a fantastic experience. You don't have to be harassed, you don't have to feel intimidated that you cannot enjoy the beaches in Central anymore.
Remember,
and of
you
course,
have 15 minutes left.
15, you sure, Mr. Speaker? All right. Mr. Speaker, I cannot allow my time to end and not speak about Castries South, Mr. Speaker. This is the constituency, Mr. Speaker, of George Charles. As you know, George Charles represented Castries South, and there has to be a special affinity between, you know, George Charles, the Labour Party, Castries South, and we have to always remember that we can say to the memory of George Charles that we are still pursuing the dream that he had to make Castries South, you know, a place of choice to live, Mr. Speaker. And I must say to the member from Castries East and the Prime Minister, a very special thank you, and the member for Castries North for some of the work that has happened in Castries South. Because the member from Castries North stood here a few years ago and announced that in the upcoming financial year, the Marigot Road and the Bassa Joseph Road will be reconstructed because they were of such poor quality, The board that was erected at the foot of the Marigot Hill announcing the commencement of the project is still there. The trucks reached there, the construction equipment reached there, and somebody told them, do not do it. And the road was stopped. Just think about that. That a board was erected, the company came with all its truck, all its equipment, and they were told, do not start the reconstruction of the roads. And we had to wait about 3 years until the Labour Party came into power. And one of the first things we did was to actually implement this project. And Marigot and Bassa Joseph got their roads reconstructed, Mr. Speaker. And I'm really proud of my government for this. But as it turned out, we did not have enough money to do the entire road. So from the top of Marigot down to the base still needs to be done, Mr. Speaker. We took a decision instead to spend some of the money to take the road into Chinatown, where most people live, Mr. Speaker, rather than keep it on that stretch. So I'm still hoping that the Minister of Finance and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance who visits the area will ensure that we can complete that little piece. And also, Mr. Speaker, in the coming year, we can look at what's possible for us for the new development road in Marigot. The Marigot Early Childhood Center also has an interesting story. John Odlum is associated many years ago in building a community center in Marigot. Under the last Labour Party government, led by the member from Vieux South, we started to build a new early childhood center, which was in the previous old wooden structure that was there. And the upstairs had to be completed for it to serve as a community center for Marigot. And that was never done by the last government. It's not completed. The upstairs is still not yet completed. So I'm hoping during this financial year, Mr. Speaker, we can get the resources for us to be able to complete the upstairs of the early childhood center, and the people of Marigot can have a small meeting area where they can congregate. Mr. Speaker, I was super excited when I heard the member from Beaufort North announce this morning that the Lacroix Health Center will be relocated, Mr. Speaker, and that the works will start to identify a site where we can place that health center. Now, I want to remind him that the Lacroix Health Center is located in Castries South. And therefore, when you are relocating, remember the jurisdiction that you have to observe. Please do not go and relocate it in Castries South East, as the member from Castries South East was suggesting when he spoke. So he said that's his, because his constituents that use it. Mr. Speaker, the Bassa Joseph Community Center is almost completed, and I must say a very special thank you to the Prime Minister and all my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, this was started under the last Labour Party government. It was half completed. Under the last government, it was stopped. For 5 years, nothing was done to complete the Bassa Joseph Community Center. Just think about that. Halfway built and abandoned for 5 years. because people voted for the Central Labour Party. Well, it's almost completed. And in July, we will have a grand opening ceremony, Mr. Speaker. Ambassador Luis, the former resident for Castle South, I trust that he will be in St. Lucia for vacation around that time, so he can be present for the formal opening, Mr. Speaker. Goodlands, Mr. Speaker, we're continuing. The last piece of the BNTF road is being built in Goodlands, Mr. Speaker. We are hoping that we can get more of the roads built in the Goodlands area. There's a long history of this community. I don't have time tonight to say it, Mr. Speaker, but especially with land ownership, there are people who've been living on lands there for 40, 50 years.
You have 10 more minutes.
And they still don't have title, Mr. Speaker, for the lands that they live on. And I'm sure the members, like the member from Catches East, Vieux South, and then would recall some of the issues with the cul-de-sac lands and the Goodlands lands and the geese ownership of those lands, Mr. Speaker. So it's something we will be working on assiduously during this coming year. Mr. Speaker, Cicero Field, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member from Grosley said it, that Cicero is finally, again, the member from Vieux South when he was Prime Minister, managed to approve, Mr. Speaker, to upgrade the Cicero playing field. It was stopped, Mr. Speaker, when the government changed, Mr. Speaker. Stop. Mr. Speaker, I obtained the lights. I was going to put the lights and do some remedial work on the field. I was told I should not do it because I don't have the authority to do it. But 2 weeks before elections, the candidate of United Workers' Party came up and put 4 electricity poles there and 1 light on each pole and a generator, Mr. Speaker, and said he had put lights on the playing field. And then the generator disappeared, and then that was the story of the lights on the Cicero playing field. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we've already upgraded the surface of the Cicero playing field, and if you go there now, we are finalizing the foundations and the arrangements to get seating and lights, Mr. Speaker, at the Cicero playing field. So when completed, Cicero will have a small but a very attractive playing facility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member from Vieux North again announce, and I'm again equally excited, page 518, item 0524, that the Cicero Health Center, Mr. Speaker, will be upgraded, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I get complaints from senior citizens who tell me when they get there, they have to wait for the health center to be open. If it is raining, they get wet because there's no place to shelter, Mr. Speaker. It is inadequate. Cicero is probably one of the largest communities in St. Lucia. Polling Division F2 is bigger than Denry South, Mr. Speaker. Just think about that. Yeah, it's almost big. Yeah, almost. Check the number of persons who live in F2. And how many live in Denry South, Mr. Speaker? It's a huge area, Mr. Speaker, and the health center is totally inadequate. And finally, we're going to get a new smart health center in Cicero. We don't need any big structure like ancillary health center, honorable member, but we need one which is certainly, Mr. Speaker, more functional. Mr. Speaker, the roads in Cicero needs major attention. Some of those roads were built in the 1950s or so, Mr. Speaker, and we really need some attention. I'm not going to compete with my colleagues that I should get priority over them, but all I am saying, Mr. Speaker, is that in the year of infrastructure, I want some structure, Mr. Speaker, in my roads, Mr. Speaker. So I'm looking forward. I can say, and I must express my appreciation to the member for Castries North for some of the remedial work that they have done in Vieux, in La Belleville, some of the potholing in Cuba-Rail. I don't think the Cuba-Rail road has ever been fixed in history, Mr. Speaker, and the residents quite rightfully are not very happy with me, but we've done some potholing, and hopefully we can get some work done there. I'm seeing a member from Vieux South is looking at me as if to say that I have to come after him. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make my case, Mr. Speaker, for the roads in Cicero to be given some attention, Mr. Speaker. The Bannon playing field, I must say, Mr. Speaker.
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
Cicero needs a community center. Cicero needs a community like Cicero cannot not have a community center. It just doesn't make sense. There is no community center in Cicera right now. You cannot have thousands of people living in a community, and there's no community meeting space. But again, I'm not going to pressure the member from Castries East. I think, he's a very sensitive leader who understands the needs of the people. The Bannon playing field, Mr. Speaker, will be getting some attention with a nice little, upgrade, whatnot, and we will see about this. Mr. Fuasho is going to get a multi-purpose court, Mr. C. Ever since, again, the member from Vieux South, together with the last rep, acquired the lands for a multi-purpose court in Fuasho. Ever since I was a little boy, I dreamt of Fuasho having a court. Ever since I was a little boy. So I'll be the happiest man the day we open that court in Fuasho, that the young people in Fuasho will not have to play football on the road anymore in Fuasho. So we, Mr. Speaker, that land has been acquired for almost 7 to 8 years. It was stopped by the last government. So I'm looking forward to somehow or the other, under the 80 million, that we can get a small court for the young people to get off the road. Right now they use the yard of the facility that's there, the toilet and the bathing facility. That's where they used to play their small goals, so they will get something. Mr. Speaker, the Wi-Fi, Mr. Speaker. Wi-Fi is really important for the young people and for students. Right now in Castries South, we have Wi-Fi in Marigot by the HRDC, and we have Wi-Fi by the Bannon playing field. But over the next few weeks, Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to the Wi-Fi, the GINet program, virtually providing Wi-Fi for the entire constituency. All the major clusters will be getting Wi-Fi, Mr. Speaker, from the Fuasho Community Center, the Fuasho near the Nuns area, Fuasho North. I'm sure the AG will be happy to hear this, Mr. Speaker. Fuasho by the Slasper Gate, Mr. Speaker, will get a point. The Mont Junction will get, the Mont Lebai will get, the Balsas Joseph Community Center will get, Monkey Tongue will get, Mr. Speaker, Firehouse will get, the Gulf will get, Capital Management will get, Mr. Speaker. And our plan is to make sure all where we have clusters of houses where young people are, Mr. Speaker, that they will get Wi-Fi access, Mr. Speaker. The housing program, Mr. Speaker, has been a tremendous benefit, and the member from Castries Central is not there, but we must say thank you to him and his ministry for the hard work that they've done to make sure that, we get the resources to assist our constituents, Mr. Speaker. Castries South is a very active constituency. We always have a vibe, we always have an activity, and over the next few days, Mr. Speaker, we will have numerous activities in Castries South. Those of you who want to do some Easter reflections on Good Friday morning, we have a walk tomorrow at 5:30 from my constituency office to the Tapia Beach. You can join us. On Saturday, we have our senior citizens Easter lunch. On Sunday, we have cricket all day in Cicera. And on Monday, we have our children Easter egg hunt and bonnet in about 4 different communities. So we'll be very alive and active on the Easter weekend, Mr. Speaker. I have to end, Mr. Speaker, by thanking my constituency group, my executive, and everyone who is out there with me. I always have a team with me going out, mobilizing and touching base with the constituency. And we take tremendous joy in organizing our community activities. We'll be preparing for our pageant and our carnival, our domino competition, Mr. Speaker. But I want to end, Mr. Speaker, to thank all my colleagues for the support that they've given, the way we work together and the way we support each other, Mr. Speaker, and to the Prime Minister, not just for a fantastic budget, Mr. Speaker, but that the sensitivity and the understanding of our people's politics, Mr. Speaker, putting people first, creating opportunities for our young people through the youth economy, the community tourism agency, the MSME grant facility, Mr. Speaker, the laptop program, the pass, Mr. Speaker, paying fees, Mr. Speaker, the health care for pregnant mothers, Mr. Speaker. I can go on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. We're not only creating economic activity, we're taking care of the social existence of our people, Mr. Speaker. And it takes a leader who has a special understanding, somebody who is really nurtured and sculptured within the politics of the Labour Party to understand the importance of that, Mr. Speaker. And this budget takes that journey even further, Mr. Speaker. I don't know any grouping of parliamentarians can ever say they've gotten more than what we get to support our people, support our constituents, Mr. Speaker, and to make sure we put people first, Mr. Speaker. I think we're striving and we're approaching the right balance between ensuring we create an enabling environment for the economy to grow and for prosperity to thrive, but at the same time not leaving anyone behind, Mr. Speaker. Making sure that those who don't have, those who are disadvantaged, those who are neglected can get support from us, and we can also raise them, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very confident, I'm very excited about the coming year, of the things we can achieve together, and I certainly look forward to implementing this budget. I wake up every morning excited to go to work, knowing that there's so much we can do to transform lives, to change our country and to make it better. So wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker, I offer my support for the motion. Thank you very much.
Finance Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank honorable members for their support to the estimates, and let me thank them for their support during the last fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, I will break tradition and I will speak about my constituency. Because, Mr. Speaker, they seem to have forgotten that the Prime Minister has a constituency. So, whereas I may not be able to speak about the CDP, like some of my friends and colleagues were able to, Mr. Speaker, I will just say, Mr. Speaker, that the constituency of Castries East, next year, or the coming year, we intend to do a few things that will enhance the infrastructure of the constituency. Mr. Speaker, we are going to build a community center for Castries North and Castries East, and it's going to be situated at the top of Bocage. And Mr. Speaker, that's the difference in the politics as it exists at that time and how it is now. The member for Castries North was, I don't think he was a prime minister. Probably he was, yes, he was a prime minister. And I said to him, because before the constituencies were cut, AGAD land was in my constituency, in Castries East. When the boundaries were realigned, AGAD land went to Castries North. But, you know, I normally got many votes in AGAD land. It was because I remember we built a road in AGAD land. It was mud. The land was, it belonged to, I forgot the guy's name, and we acquired it. We acquired it between 97 and AGAD, Mr. AGAD. We acquired it and we built a road going down. And these people were, and you know, when in politics, Mr. Speaker, and the member of Akashi South is right, and you do things to people, people come back and they tell you. And people used to tell us how there was mud. They could not get to their homes because there was mud. If they bought a car, they had to check the rain because they couldn't drive it down. And we built that road and we acquired the land and sold it to the people. So in AGAD land, I got quite a few votes. So when the boundaries were changed, I said to the member for Castries North, and we were in opposite sides, that listen to me, these people need they need a community center. Because Bocage, there was no community center in Bocage, and Bocage again is a place where I got many votes, and I want to thank them. I still get many votes there. So we had a discussion, and we identified a piece of land at the top of Bocage, adjoining Bocage, going into Mondidon, and going on to AGAD land. And we acquired it. And it stayed there as usual. I mean, in the construct he was in before, I'm sure, once they had an inclination it would help Cashews East, they wouldn't do it. So they did not do it, but so we put a chain across, and then we got back in government. And again, priorities, we decided let the economy get a little stronger. Let's see what we can do. And this year, we have the funds, we've got the designs, and we're going to start the community center for the people of Bocage and Igad land this financial year. In Bocage, Mr. Speaker, we are going to construct a children's park just opposite the Bocage School. We're going to construct in a children's park for the young people, for the children of Bocage, for them to be able to recreate. Right across there, we've got the designs, we're going to start it. We've put lights on the Bocage court, but I want to warn this vandalism that's taking place. And I make no bones about it. This vandalism must stop. You cannot afford to be building infrastructure and public facilities and people just damage it. Mr. Speaker, this is something that I'm very firm. This vandalism must stop, Mr. Speaker. So we've done the Bocage court twice. We're going to do it again, Mr. Speaker. So in that area, you'll have the Bocage court and you'll have the playing facilities, the playground for the children. We've done that road, Mr. Speaker, the road going across between Mondidon and Bocage. And then I want to thank the Minister for Sports. We did the Bocage playing field where we resurfaced it, we put lights in it, and then we built a wall across because the guys, as their skills increased, they kicked the ball so hard, they used to break the window panes of the neighbor. And that's the difference. That guy who lives there, the man is nothing near a Leopai supporter. Nothing near. Nothing near Leopai supporter. But that used to affect him. He came and he said to me, I do not support you, but my window panes get broken all the time. I need you to assist me in that. I said, no problem. And he is a contractor himself. I said, no problem. You go ahead and do it. You understand? And that guy does not support me. But it is not because he does not support you. You must let him suffer. And that's the doctrine. So that's the way we did some drains, we put some lights, and the Minister of Sports assisted, and my CDP did the rest. Coming down, Mr. Speaker, coming down from Bocage, we need to do a few side roads. And as we speak, a road is being done right now in the Bocage area. And that's not from the year of infrastructure. It's being done as we speak, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, yes. As we speak. And the residents are very happy because the folks could not get to their homes, Mr. Speaker. They could not get to their homes. But I spoke to them. I've been speaking with them, Mr. Speaker. And as we speak, the road is being done, Mr. Speaker, as you speak. As we speak, Mr. Speaker. So these residents are very, very happy. Mrs. Very happy. That's happening now. Now, Mr. Speaker, Cashews is a very strange constituency. There are areas in the constituency like Anchipo and these areas where what you need to do is maintenance. You need to fix the roads, you need to keep the place clean, you need to do the street lighting. So we see about some of the roads are very bad. Garden Grove Road, O'Reilly Crescent, these roads are bad, Mr. Speaker. We need some potholing in there. The Minister of I think we're starting to do some pothole in there. But this is entrepot. You need to do the lights and do the pothole, etc. We are doing that. Then you go into bagatelle, Mr. Speaker. And bagatelle is what they call a wet corbeau. I have a special appreciation for these people there, Mr. Speaker, because these people there are, I heard a member for South, you cannot bribe them. And they tried to bribe them. The last time there was a big entourage that went into bagatelle. A big entourage, Mr. Speaker. They went into bagatelle and then they left bagatelle in a hurry, very safely. But they left in a hurry, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, so we have a land problem in Bagatelle. And I would like the Minister of Lands to assist me. We need to acquire these lands for the people to be able to buy the land their house is on. We need some land rationalization in that area, Mr. Speaker. It's a lot of problems, a lot of trouble. The guy who owns the land, the guy called Mr. Dibik, he's dead already. He's dead already. But we need to acquire these lands. I promise them, the people of Bagatelle, that we started it, but when you lost the last election, they stopped it. Surveys had already started, Mr. Speaker, in that Bagatelle area. Surveys had already started. Mrs. Shirley Lewis was the solicitor. A fellow called Wendell Phillips was the surveyor. The surveys had started. People had put deposits on the land, Mr. Speaker. Because it was not in my constituency, they stopped it. Mr. Speaker, when you see this self-righteousness is displayed in this honorable house, we who feel it, we felt it, Mr. Speaker. Surveys had started. They stopped it. Right now, I think we have to pay back their deposits. It's a whole set of confusion, Mr. Speaker. But in the meantime, we are improving the infrastructure in that area. We are going to put two bus shelters in there. But the main thing is we need to acquire the land for the people of Bagatelle, Mr. Speaker. So the infrastructure work is going. We don't need roads. We don't have space for big roads and like Marigo and them places. And Venus and things like that. What we need to do, we just have the people to be comfortable, and we are doing that, Mr. Speaker. Coming down, Mr. Speaker, just across the road. Mr. Speaker, these stories of victimization are so vivid in my mind that sometimes I have to refrain myself from when I see and I hear these self-righteous claims, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank, there was a slope stabilization program, Mr. Speaker. And part of that was to fix the walls on the Marshall, George Charles Boulevard River. Because when rain fell, the whole place got flooded. We did the George Charles Boulevard side because that was the side where it got flooded a lot of times, Mr. Speaker. So when people don't know, so when I hear them talk, and they try to send all kind of people to run against me, and they try to have the same old refrain, what Pierre do for Marshall. I just laugh at them, because he who feels it most knows it. They have no idea, because what they thought Marshall was good for was for demonstrations. So, Mr. Speaker, we did the walls in the George Charles Boulevard side, and we're going in to reach Entrepot. We started the walls at the top of Entrepot, coming across O'Reilly Crescent, and these houses there, Mr. Speaker, they are very huge houses. They were in a precarious position. And I remember one particular house where the people in that house, they cannot be more UWP than UWP. But their house was in danger, so we built a wall for them first, because their house was the one in the most. In fact, the lady left. She was so afraid. She left the house because she was afraid that when the rain fell, the house would come down. But we built the wall for her, and we continue. You understand? And these are things that I can prove it. We built the wall for her, Mr. Speaker, and he came down. Then, you know, when we lost the election in 2016, the gentleman who was minister at the time, he actually wrote a letter to tell the World Bank to stop the construction of the walls in Marshall and take it to Southeast Castries. The World Bank, Mr. Speaker, they don't normally do that. And I'll talk about the World Bank in a while. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give you some horrible news. How there are people in this country who are really trying to damage this country because they are not in power, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they wrote a letter instructing the World Bank to stop the walls by the Marshall School in the Enchipo Junction and take it to Southeast Castries. And all the time. And the sad thing is that some of the people who will get affected the most are supporters of the United Workers' Party. That's the sad thing about it, Mr. Speaker. That's the sad thing. You understand? So, we came back. Again, we had to wait under the DVRP program. And as we speak, these walls have been constructed. So, we are going to save these houses. And there is a particular young man with a business in that area, a car wash business. We're going to save his business, and then we're going to continue this walls, Mr. Speaker. We are working with the church to repair the community center, and then we are hoping that that community center, which actually is a hurricane shelter, can be fixed. As we speak, we are working on the Hon Philip Park. We've done free stands. And we're working now on the Players Pavilion, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to I'll come back to that. What the dangerous maneuver that has taken place as far as that loan from the NLA to improve the sporting facilities in this country. I'll come back to that, Mr. Speaker. We've done the free stands, and Hon Philip Park is a historic park. It's an historic park. It's the birthplace, not only where he was born in the area, but where he played his cricket and his football, a sporting legend by the name of Hon Philip. So we are going to redo the lights, and we're going to do some drainage, because it's going to be a practice ground for World Cup, going to be a practice ground. So we're doing that park, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell people that there will be jazz. Jazz will open in Marshall. But you know, they are so quick to create disorder and say, Chine, oh, the member for Castries South, I say they love jazz, and he instructed there will be no jazz. So big story, no jazz in Marshall. Pierre and Hale fighting, no jazz in Marshall. So, Mr. Speaker, but you know, what these guys don't understand, when you are in politics to do things for people, you don't get involved in petty squabbles of personalities. You don't. Your motive and your aim must be to help the people of your constituency and the people of the country. So you can have different ways in which you can solve problems. Your resolve to do things can be different. But once all the men and women have the same objective, when you're not in this business because you hate somebody, or you're not in this business because you feel you're entitled, or you're not in this business because you feel you have for some divine right, you must be in government. You're different. So let me assure them that contrary to what they were thinking, contrary to what they thought would happen, jazz is going to open in Marshall on what day, Minister? On April 14th. On April the 14th, April the 30th, jazz is going to open in Marshall for the people of Castries and the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. So, but next door we have the Marshall grounds, Mr. Speaker. And Marshall Grounds, I have mixed feelings about it. Because we spent $1 million in Marshall Grounds. $1 million. We refenced it. We resurfaced the entire Marshall Grounds. We did underground drainage. We had a good visit. Remember when he was there, we spoke about that visit a long time ago. He always exchanged these notes, Mr. Speaker. We did the entire grounds. We put change room facilities. We put bathrooms, Mr. Speaker. At the time, the member for Castries Central was Minister of Community Development. Again, that was a different time. He built the community center in that area. He repaired the community center, and he invited me. I didn't go, but he invited me. But you see, Mr. Speaker, that was a different time. That animosity and that hatred did not exist, Mr. Speaker. That was a different time. But anyhow, but the Marshall Grounds were vandalized and destroyed, Mr. Speaker, and that really hurts me. So we're having another try. We did not do the pavilion, but you're going to be doing the pavilion now, and we're going to be doing some more work in the grounds and fix the fencing, Mr. Speaker. And I must say thanks to the Minister of Tourism. The Diamond Steel Orchestra will return to Marshall this year. Because the thrust for culture, the first to get our young people involved in music, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be bringing that back. So we're going to be building a shed next to the James Belgrave Court. Again, the James Belgrave Court was redone completely. It was refenced. We put changing rooms. We put seating. They vandalized it. Mr. Speaker. And I tell you something. Some of this vandalism, some of it, because they quote me wrong, is politically motivated. Some of it politically motivated. Some of it is politically motivated. But so we're going to be building the courts. We're going to be building the band room for the steel band, and we're going to be repairing the James Belgrave Court again, Mr. Speaker. So that whole facility, Marshall Grounds and Hon Philip Park, is going to be redone. The Marshall Road, and I heard somebody say, I did it last year because of jazz. The same person who said so was the same person who stopped it. Because it was there together with Marigot and Bassett Joseph. They stopped it because it was in my constituency. They stopped it. And these self-righteous claims, they stopped it, Mr. Speaker. The Marshall Road is done. We need to do the sidewalks, Mr. Speaker, and going to Marshall, Bagatelle, Mr. Speaker. The Bagatelle Road has become a very important thoroughfare to beat the traffic, Mr. Speaker. But the road is too small, it's too narrow. And once there are cars parked on the side, it's difficult, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to be slabbing the drains so you can have cars going up and down in an easier way, Mr. Speaker. And that work is going to start anytime this year, thanks to the Minister, the member for Castries North, Mr. Speaker. So that is the road network. The other roads, there are some issues in Pave, but we resolve them, Mr. Speaker. And the other issues are issues of drainage, which we are solving little by little, Mr. Speaker. The house repair program, we're not building houses, but we are repairing houses. So whereas I may not be able to show pictures of houses, because I don't have the resources for that. My allocation is too small. So what I do, Mr. Speaker, is I repair houses. I help repair houses, Mr. Speaker. I give the materials. And Mr. Speaker, these little things, Mr. Speaker, the 10 sheets of plywood, the 10 sheets of galvanized, Mr. Speaker, these things change people's lives. You understand? When you tell them that, they don't understand it. They don't understand what it means to change somebody's life. They don't understand what it is to be an instrument, to see a child. When you pay for city fees, Mr. Speaker, the number of parents who said to me, I had names, and things that all for everybody, you know. We don't pay for city fees for one set of children, you know. Everybody, Mr. Speaker. So I don't come here and talk about what I do for my constituency. I don't win my constituency. I win it because the people love me, and I win it because the people and we work together, Mr. Speaker. We work together, you understand? And I don't come and I don't boast and say, but the challenge is, as I was telling Mr. Speaker, come in the east and beat me. That's the challenge. So every year is the same thing. Every year is the same refrain. Now I understand they are debating between customs officers and fellows who carry luggage on the airport and all kind of different kind of people. Yeah. All can be. So, Mr. Speaker, but I want to stand in people of Cassis. I understand my constituency group. This year, we're going to be doing the things I said and some more. But these people, Mr. Speaker, these people are stoic. These people are loyal, Mr. Speaker. These people are people, their resolve is strong. So no matter what they try, Mr. Speaker, these people understand. They understand the relationship between the parliamentary rep and them, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell them, I know they're not seeing me as they want to see me. Their complaints, and some of the people, Mr. Speaker, some of my adversaries start already. So Pierre, you know? You Pierre. But I always tell them, Mr. Speaker, what do you prefer? Do you prefer to have your parliamentary rep as a prime minister, or your parliamentary rep as someone that will be told you just start to cry and now you're crying? Which one do you prefer? I sat right there and I was told from right here. Here, yes. No, you weren't there, not you. There. It was there. There, yeah, there. There, yeah, by him, yeah. Him, he said. He's here. Yeah. I was told, I was complaining. I was still, that you crying for? That you crying for? You just start to cry. These words will remain in my head forever, Mr. Speaker. So I tell my constituents, do you want to go back to that era, Mr. Speaker? And they understand. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that some people are complaining about not seeing me. I want to tell them, I am there with you. I have people on the ground to see what you need, Mr. Speaker, and within my capabilities and within the resources of the state, I will assist and give what I want. But before I go, Mr. Speaker, before I move into, there's another project which I kept very close to my heart. But since all my colleagues have projects, I have to say something, because if not, Mr. Speaker, you know a place called Kalalu? A fellow used to sell hard-boiled eggs there. Kalalu is the man. There's a big wooden structure there, Mr. Speaker. And that wooden structure is really, it doesn't augur well for the entrance to the capital of Castries. So we've acquired it, Mr. Speaker, and next week, God willing, we are going to begin to demolish that structure. Demolish that structure, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to have a grand entrance into Marshall. We'll have the roundabout, and we're going to do something in that area so Marshall can look like the constituency. Yes. So that's going to happen, Mr. Speaker. That's going to happen. We're going to start next week. Of the Minister of Physical Development ensures it happens next week for me, so we can start, and then I will go back to the people to to tell them how we're going to redevelop that whole place, Mr. Speaker, because the children's park is there already, so we develop that whole. So the whole entrance to Marchand will be changed, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just thought I would give you a quick glimpse of what's happening in my constituency. And I want to thank my colleagues because they understand that the Prime Minister's constituency is normally left behind. But we will try, and I must say they understand that, Mr. Speaker, and they assist in getting things done for my constituency. Because a lot of people believe when the Prime Minister owns the Treasury and he can just say, do this, do that, do this. One day a guy came to me, he said to me, I said, boss, I can't see you. He said, boss, you can't do that. He said, boss, you are the Prime Minister, you know. And he stressed on the word prime, you understand? So he thinks that because I'm Prime Minister, I can just go to the Treasury and take the money and do whatever I want. I can't. And I always tell them, I can't, Mr. Speaker. I can't. Mr. Speaker, can we just speak a little, Mr. Speaker, on what's happening in, we spoke about the constituency, Mr. Speaker. I want to just say a little bit on what the member from Mico South said. Mr. Speaker, as a member from Castries South, the member from Mico South, I expected a former Minister of Finance to come to this honorable house after he wants to say when to speak and all kinds of things about who speaks first and who speaks last, Mr. Speaker. I thought the member would come with some substance. He will come and give a critical analysis of what happened in the estimates, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the member for Mico South, his delivery, his content was lacking substance. It sounded like a guy who is really suffering from what they call chagrin pouvoir. It was filled with bitterness, personal attacks on people. It was filled with innuendo and filled with misinformation and untruths, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, something happened. A letter was written to me and copied to the World Bank and the IMF. Copied to the World Bank and the IMF. And that letter was constructed in a way to cause the IMF and the World Bank that we've worked very well with, that we've respected and they've respected us, to look at us in a different light, Mr. Speaker, with a view to causing the people of St. Lucia to suffer. With a view of people of St. Lucia suffering, because the opposition believes that because they are not in power, the people must suffer, Mr. Speaker. So you write a letter copied to the World Bank, the IMF, the Chamber of Commerce, the directors of the bank. A letter that is, the contents are untrue, Mr. Speaker. The contents seek to put the whole finances of the country in a bad light, Mr. Speaker, after you've heard a budget that for the first time since 2016, and the records will show you, we are experiencing 3 years of surpluses. And you write the World Bank and the IMF to try to turn that around, put us in a bad light, Mr. Speaker. Why is that letter? That letter was written because we went to the bank to borrow money for sports facilities and youth infrastructure, youth sport infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and for St. Lucia to be able to host the ICC World Cricket Cup. $80 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are islands around us with a higher debt to GDP ratio than us that have borrowed in excess of $300 million for World Cup cricket, Mr. Speaker. But I tasked him, and I know he was vexed with me. cut the budget to bare bones. And we also tasked him not only to spend the money for World Cup cricket, but to spend it in different facilities in the country to make it stretch. And what did he do? And is the lies in that letter. The Minister for Sports appointed a qualified contractor, one of the most academically qualified contractors in the country, a young contractor. But you know, because he's a solution consultant, you must denigrate him. A young contractor. He went to the facilities and he prepared a proper costing of the work that has to be done in these facilities, Mr. Speaker. A certified contractor. And these costings, Mr. Speaker, were taken and looked over by the Ministry of Sports to ensure that they were okay, Mr. Speaker. And in that letter, the leader of the opposition says that work started we did work without before we started to withdraw on the loan. Here's what he said. He said that we are already doing work on that loan, Mr. Speaker. That is not true. That is not true. The work that's being done now is an advance that was taken not from the loan. Not from the loan, Mr. Speaker, to do some work, to start the work. Because if we didn't start, time would be of the essence, and there's a time limit for the World Cup cricket, Mr. Speaker. And he writes that letter, and he says there is no accountability, and he wants to see audited statements. National Lottery gives audited statements every year. You know, Mr. Speaker, but that's the same gentleman who is speaking about, and he said he's never given a direct award for Hiwano International Airport, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I kept away from that, and he threatens me all the time. I heard him threaten the member of Castries South. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, February 20th, 2019. And I'll make it a document of the House, Mr. Speaker, because we'll see. I want to read for you, Mr. Speaker. Purpose: to finance the Hiwano Airport Development Project. Amount: US dollars 100 million. US dollars 100 million. Repayment 20 years. Listen up carefully. Other particulars of the loan contained in the proposal and the proposed loan agreement are subject to negotiation between SLASPA and the Exim Bank, except that the government of St. Lucia will approve the specific terms of the proposed government of St. Lucia guarantee. Guarantee. The same guarantee is complaining about. Guarantee. And Section 28 of the Act will apply such guarantee. Finally, I wish to confirm to you officially and in writing that the government of St. Lucia has identified Overseas Engineering and Construction Company as its preferred contractor for the project. That is a gentleman who says he never told anybody who to get a contract to build the airport. The Speaker, I'll leave a document now. Mr. Speaker, that, and you heard today that it was all the projects for the airport were tendered. You heard that today? Didn't you hear it today? Yeah. That the tender, it was tendered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of things that we have to subject ourselves to, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me just explain again the concept of surpluses again, Mr. Speaker. Let me do it in layman terms. Mr. Speaker, think about a family. They have income. From their income, they buy their food, they pay their electricity, Mr. Speaker, they send their children to school, they haven't got to pay facility fees again. They buy their school uniform, etc., Mr. Speaker. That's the family, okay? But they want to buy a house, or even a car. But the money they get, after they've done these expenses, they cannot pay the loan for the car. So they have enough money to feed themselves, but they cannot pay their car loan. So they have a deficit. So they have to borrow money to pay their car loan. That is the state of the country that the member for Miku South left us. We had to borrow money to pay our loans. That is the economy managed, you know. That is called a primary deficit. In fact, he even had a current deficit, in that he spent more for basic things than he got income. And the member for Kajita was clear. And he says it's because of taxation. Mr. Speaker, listen to the two elements of taxation he says that was caused us to increase our income, Mr. Speaker. Listen to the logic. Let us agree with him and say that, let's agree and say the petroleum tax is what increased our revenue and caused us to have a surplus. But Mr. Speaker, if there was no buoyancy in the economy, people wouldn't buy gas. If there was no, how would people buy gas? If there was no buoyancy in the economy, if unemployment wasn't down, and if more people weren't working, and if more minibuses weren't running, how would people buy gas? Or how would the government get a tax from it, Mr. Speaker? Then he says it's because of the cost of cooking gas. We put tax on cooking gas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I mean, this must be something wrong, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we subsidize cooking gas for the public of St. Lucia, the 20 pound and 22 pound cylinders, an average of between $16 and $22 per cylinder of gas. And the most during the member for Microsoft time was $8 or $9. And he stands and he says that because of taxes on gas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're not going into that conversation about flour again. The minister has said several times we subsidize flour, Mr. Speaker. But figures do not lie. Figures never lie, Mr. Speaker. The increase in revenue in the country is due to two things. One, because of the increase in economic activity that's been generated because the economy is growing. And secondly, a bit of inflation that's caused the price of things to go up. But Mr. Speaker, you can feel the buoyancy in the economy. You can feel it. You can feel it in the country, Mr. Speaker. When so many people want to be vendors, when so many people want to sell things by the roadside, it's because there are people, there is money and people are buying things. Mr. Speaker, when you have an economy where you've given about more than 200 people grants, young people, to go into the businesses, Mr. Speaker, and these businesses are surviving because there's buoyancy in the economy. The MSME program, Mr. Speaker, the community tourism program. But so, Mr. Speaker, it is clear in the figures. The economy is growing, Mr. Speaker. There is more revenue, and the figures do not lie, Mr. Speaker. The surpluses we are showing here are surpluses that show that the economy is growing, and if things continue without downside risks, there are downside risks. There's climate change, there's increase in the price of fuel, there are wars, etc. If the downside risks do not materialize themselves, Mr. Speaker, this economy is going to grow, and it's going to grow further, it's going to grow bigger in 2024 and beyond, Mr. Speaker. But we've been truthful. We've said that there's an overall deficit. We've admitted that. We said that whereas there's a primary surplus where we can pay part of our loans from our income, overall we have to borrow to continue the work of the country, Mr. Speaker. And that is why there's an overall deficit. And we are working assiduously to get that deficit down, Mr. Speaker, so we can have a surplus in our overall surplus in our economy, Mr. Speaker. And I predict that all things being equal, Mr. Speaker, our aim is to have an overall surplus in the next 4 years. when the Labour Party is in power. In the next 4 years, Mr. Speaker, I am predicting that we're going to have an overall surplus. And that's our aim, Mr. Speaker. And the policy will show, Mr. Speaker, the last time unemployment was where it is now is when the member for Vieux was Prime Minister. The next time, Mr. Speaker. And you will hear them begin to doubt the unemployment figures, Mr. Speaker. You hear them. All the signs of the economy is growing, Mr. Speaker. Now, so he says many things that, as usual, misinformation. He says that the Minister for Infrastructure, we downgraded his budget because we have no confidence.
Minister for Finance, you have 15 minutes left.
Yeah. We downgraded his budget, Mr. Speaker, because we have no confidence in him. I stood here and I said the reason why the budget is less because we paid the DFCs for this year, we paid it last year, and I'm pleased to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that as we speak, we paid $46 million in DFC payments from cash. And according to my friend Sahot, they said it came from the what? It came from the black box. What? The lock box. You know where it came from, Mr. Speaker? It came from prudent financial management and also came from not taking loan proceeds and squander it, Mr. Speaker. So, and next year, this financial year, we are going to be doing a novel thing, Mr. Speaker. We are going to be starting a sovereign wealth fund for the young people of St. Lucia. That's where we go, but that is for the policy, Mr. Speaker. So here he goes. He says there was a decrease in security, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker. If you remove national security from Home Affairs, there must be education in Home Affairs. Must be education in Home Affairs. But let's look at what we did. Borderlay. Due to the fact that this Minister of Finance doesn't allow people to just tell him things, we found that locally we could do the fencing at Borderlay at about less than a third the cost if we had imported it. So we did the work at Borderlay, the fencing work which is going on, Mr. Speaker, and it's going to cost about a third of what it would have cost if we had imported, if we had done go as the way and go foreign to do it. A local firm did it, Mr. Speaker. So we have saved that kind of money. So that's where the saving is, Mr. Speaker. That's where the saving is. He says that what we did not pad the budget. We didn't pad the budget. We said that if we have a project cost $8 million and we're only going to spend $3 million this year, that's all we're going to put in the budget, what we're going to spend this year. That's it, Mr. Speaker, because the budget is real. We must live the budget. You must be able to feel the budget, Mr. Speaker. Then he speaks about, and then he goes and he attacks civil servants. But that's his habit. He attacks civil servants. What do you attack civil servants for? For what's written here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an economy is alive. An economy, you feel an economy, Mr. Speaker. And an economy is not what you write. An economy is what you feel. You know, figures demonstrate what you feel, not writings. And go and tell the mothers who are getting their maternal care free that the economy is not working for them. Go and tell and Mr. Speaker, we must give a special recognition for the Minister of Sports, for the semi-professional football league. Go and tell. And I see a footballer inside of here. Go and tell him when he used to play football and break his leg on the field for nothing. Tell him if he would get some money now to play football, where he might have been. And so you're going to tell these people that the economy is not working? The economy is working, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how about healthcare? Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that healthcare in St. Lucia is almost free? It's a serious thing. Healthcare in St. Lucia is almost free. Because, and that is why if you look at the statement, you see some of our receipts from from other receipts are low because people are not paying for healthcare and they are getting healthcare, Mr. Speaker. So these are the things. That is how you measure an economy, Mr. Speaker. Then he says that equity is done. Equity is done, Mr. Speaker. Equity is done for a very simple reason. The BNTF program was $12 million for the entire program. This year, we're only going to spend...
Remember, you have 10 minutes left.
This year, we're only going to spend $4 million, Mr. Speaker. So that's what we put in, $4 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that many of the accusations, many of the things that were cited in the budget by the member from Microsoft, isn't correct, Mr. Speaker? He says that the rental from office went up. Rental office, and Mr. Speaker, rental from office went up because of Orange Grove. And Mr. Speaker, we've tried our best to stay away from these things. We've tried our best when he speaks about extravagance, and we've tried our best to stay away from it. I have tried my best to stay away from these things, but he continuously opens the door for these things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the civil servants in the Ministry of Finance and generally, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the civil servants, they work with us as a team, Mr. Speaker. The member from Microsoft talks about COVID. The way he speaks, COVID only affected St. Lucia. COVID affected the whole world. And when we were in opposition, we supported some of the COVID things. We supported it, Mr. Speaker. But the question is, look at the economy before COVID, and the member for Cashew Central was right. Look at the economy before COVID and look at it after COVID. So because of COVID, Mr. Speaker, we experienced a 26% drop, the 6th highest drop in the world. And his excuse is because we are a tourism-dependent economy. What about Antigua? What about Antigua? Antigua is smaller. Antigua is a more tourism-dependent economy than us. What about Barbados? But we had the biggest drop because the economy was badly managed and the wastage between 2017 and 2019, Mr. Speaker. That was why we experienced a drop, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the policy statement, we're going to talk about St. Jude. And again, personal attacks, attacking people, personal attacks, Mr. Speaker, because when you have no facts, you have to get personal. When you have no ideas, you have to give mépris. When you can't do different, you have to castigate, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this budget, these estimates, Mr. Speaker, they lay the groundwork for the policy statement. And Mr. Speaker, in the policy statement, there are many exciting things to look for. I had 30 infrastructural programs, Mr. Speaker, and I did not put all. I didn't even mention tourism, Mr. Speaker. I believe, Mr. Speaker, we, in the policy statement, I think we'll be able to outline at least 50 projects. At least 50 projects that will start in this financial year. And you're going to hear the largest private sector investment in tourism and in housing for a long time, Mr. Speaker. The last time so many hotels will be starting in St. Lucia was when we were in government with the member for Vieux South, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I want to tell the member for Cashew North, Mr. Speaker, that these personal attacks, Mr. Speaker, we don't need to defend you because we understand that it's sour grapes, Mr. Speaker. We know it's sour grapes. I want to say that we are very comfortable with the member for Cashew North in our team. He's a team player. We are very confident, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say to him, Mr. Speaker, that we are ready and willing to work with him. Blue wave, red wave, whatever wave. Once our objectives are the same. Once we intend to serve people. Once we have no egos. Once we have no self-entitlement. We are going to work with him, Mr. Speaker. we work with him, Mr. Speaker, the member for Central Castries, the member for Castries North, Mr. Speaker. We welcome them in the cabinet, and together, Mr. Speaker, together, this country will
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
Continue to soar to the heights that we wanted to soar for the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I want to note that every member had 1 hour. And because, you know, that's going to be, including me, Mr. Speaker. And my opening statement was about 1 hour and 5 minutes. So when you will hear the propaganda that we stop them from Microsoft for speaking, Mr. Speaker, I want the press to note that everybody had an hour, including the Prime Minister and the leader of government business. 1 hour. And my presentation, where I laid the estimates, was 1 hour also. So there was no separate treatment, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, there's no entitlement in this house, you know. This house is a house of rules, and we follow the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. That's what we'll do. We'll follow the standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Finance. I want to apologize on their behalf. Tell them the attack on them was not from the government. The attack on the civil servants and the attack on the police was not a government attack. I want to disassociate myself completely from these attacks on the public servants, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell the public servants we appreciate them. We know there are signs, there is room for improvement. Everything can improve. There is no perfect anything, Mr. Speaker. But generally, the civil servants, particularly those that I work with, Mr. Speaker, they are very cooperative and we work well together. I take responsibility and I do not play that I know everything. I will never know everything, nor will I say I know everything. So no matter how they criticize me, I do not know everything, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell the members of the St. Lucia Police Service, Police Force, Mr. Speaker, that continue. Let's work together, Mr. Speaker. Let's work. Do not get distracted by people who want to destabilize the country. Don't get distracted, Mr. Speaker. In the policy statement, we'll outline the resources we've put in the police force. The resources we've put in, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, the casting is going on at the northern headquarters in Grosile. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, work in the Vieux police headquarters is going to be finished by May this year. The police is going to be in brand new headquarters, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, the movement to the national printing has been completed and they are working in new premises now, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, the immigration office has moved. They kept the people in the immigration office for years, suffering all kinds of ailments. Just talk. We came in and we moved them, Mr. Speaker. That's how we continue to treat our civil servants and public servants. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank all the members here. And I want to wish you a very reflective Easter for everyone, where I hope we can rest. And because, Mr. Speaker, the sea is getting rough. Mr. Speaker, the sea is getting rough, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you again. I want to thank your staff. I want to thank the members of the security services, the members in my detail, Mr. Speaker, and everyone. I want to wish you, members of the GIS and the press, Mr. Speaker, a happy Easter, reflective Easter, and all the best to you and your family. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Honourable House of Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2024-2025 in the sum of $1,894,110,800 as a charge against the consolidated fund and other funds of the state. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House be silent be adjourned, silent
Thank you. Before I put the question, while we were at lunch, a member who shall remain unnamed said something which had me reflecting. I haven't done it before, but let me do it now. Let me thank every member of the cabinet for taking time off to call, to visit, to ensure I was okay. In fact, the reports of my demise were greatly exaggerated. I was in a coma for 2 days. I had been airlifted to Martinique. I had a heart attack. I was admitted to Tapio and was on life support. All of those things. And the Prime Minister especially said to me, do not respond. And I did not. But let me thank the Prime Minister for not only calling, but visiting. I didn't even know he knew where I lived. The member for Castries South and leader of Government Business, I almost thought he was taking a precedence. That's how often he was there. The member for Vieux South, with whose political career post-1979, from 1997, has largely mirrored mine. He did not just visit, he admonished me on what I should be doing. The Attorney General, I suspect he had me on speed dial. I mean, there wasn't a day where the Attorney General didn't call, or passed, or asked me whether there was something he could get from me. I want to assure you, those visits, those calls assisted tremendously, and I thank every one of you for your love and appreciation. Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question, well, there are two lawyers there, so I will tell you. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
All right.
Debate on the 2024-2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure at a figure of just over $1.8 billion and the year of infrastructure. Lawrence, it was indeed a pleasure hosting with you, and for me it was indeed a wonderful atmosphere here at the House of Assembly as we listened to 17 parliamentarians making their contributions to the debate. I think it was a nice mix of seriousness and wit. And today's presenters included the MPs for Vieux South, Castries Central, Castries South, and Castries East. During the two-day debate, parliamentarians gave a review of their management of their budgetary allocation over the last fiscal year and provided in some cases details of new programs and projects during the new fiscal year. And those initiatives range from education, housing, agriculture, tourism, commerce, social development projects, community projects, infrastructural projects, and as indicated by most of the parliamentarians, the road network in the various constituencies will be given some focal attention, and as has been indicated, that roads have been given the lion's share of this year's budget. According to the Minister for Finance, this year there was a primary surplus of $104 million, $42 million more than last year. 62 million more than the approved estimates. However, the minister hastened to add that this surplus should not be interpreted as the government having extra cash, but instead, in his words, a result of prudent financial management of the country expenses. And so the estimates of revenue and expenditure will be followed by the presentation of the appropriations bill by the Minister for Finance, and that will take place on the 23rd of April, and that will be followed by the debate on the 25th and the 26th of April. So, Lawrence, perhaps you want to summarize quickly?
Ok, merci Julita. Avec Vraiment qui parle à dernier segment pour aujourd'hui, c'était mon parlement pour Vieux Fort Sud, Dr. Kenny B. Anthony, avec qui fait présentation comme la coutume, avec une information, une recherche, avec le Dr. Anthony qui première fois il présenté un budget qui était $1 billion, monté à ça, monté à pour c'est ridicule. Mais après ça, le gouvernement a présenté un budget qui est un point. Il y a $1.8 billion avec attendez qu'à venir avec la caille budget qui a estimé un prix large de ça. Docteur Anthony aussi par là sur barrière qui a fait un paroisse Vieux Fort Sud et qui en Chimérica Rangé en Cedar Heights avec aussi bien la rue Calabash en Vieux Fort. Après ça, nous tenons Honorable Bridget Frederick, membre parlement pour Castries Central, qui fait présentation, avec qui parle sur les mots bagaille, spécialement sur leader opposition, avec aussi parle sur car pardonner monde qui joue Credit Union souffrir, avec et aussi parle sur club pour ça bâti et béranger Community Center en Douga en Meko. Nous aussi le docteur Ernest Zile, qui est membre parlement pour Castries Sud, avec qui parle sur le tourisme en particulier, tourisme la commune, avec aussi bien, et parle sur bagaille culturel, bagaille créatif, et juste parle sur Radio 7 avec GIS là, avec qui aussi parle sur qu'a visité Dr. Kenny Anthony pour ça, qu'a invité Dr. Il aurait visité Vieux Fort avec Dr. Kenny Anthony prochainement pour travailler sur un projet. On aura le Premier ministre là, Dr. C'est Philip J. Pierre, Premier ministre qui est même parlement pour Castries East. C'est des gens qui parlaient au soir, avec qui plutôt parler sur le projet qui a fait à Paroisse et qui aurait bâti un community center. Ça c'est un bocage avec aussi bien pour Castries Nord. Avec et aussi par là sur plan pour ça bâtir une place pour Mamaï, ça c'est pour l'école là en bocage. Et aussi par là sur des fois bas et aussi par là sur travail qu'a fait à sur Hon Philip J avec Marshall Grounds en marchand avec le Premier ministre là Philip J. Pierre aussi parlé à sur et fait des questions sur ça, leader opposition, M. Alan Chastedy, avec qui économie cette liste qui a continué à faire bien, avec cette liste qui a approché $40 millions en tête, avec Chaudière et M. Mensala.
Okay, merci Lawrence. Kohadu Kabut podcast Laoswaya. We want to thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to rejoining you on the 23rd of April. Have a good evening.